Chapter 954. What a terrifying demon ancestor. What a powerful Luo Ho. He'll definitely be Mr.'s greatest enemy. Gu Beichen's eyes flashed with fear as he quickly chased after Luo Ho. Damn it! Human Emperor Shenyuan Henyu said. Fu Shi and Shenong's faces were flushed red. Today, they had suffered an unprecedented defeat, and even more so, they had suffered a great humiliation. They had been completely toyed with by Luo Ho like monkeys, but they could only watch as Luo Ho left. Little sister. Little sister is in danger. Suddenly, Fu Shi's expression changed as if he had thought of something. Clearly, everything Nuwa had done was within Luo Ho's control, but Nuwa did not know. Luo Ho would definitely not be kind enough to help Nuwa. He must be using her to do something. As the saying went, blood was connected. Even though Nuwa had committed treason, she was still his sister. Fu Shi definitely did not want to see Nuwa fall into eternal damnation. Brother Fu Shi, let Nuwa live or die. Even if she dies 1,000 times over, it won't make up for the sins she has committed against the human race. Human Emperor Shenyuan roared with hatred in his voice. Brother Fu Shi, now is not the time to worry about Nuwa. We need to quickly recover our cultivation. This is the most important thing, Shenong quickly said. Fu Shi's expression was uncertain. He knew that Shenong and Fu Shi were already dissatisfied with him. Moreover, now was not the time for internal strife. Quickly recovering cultivation was the most important thing. Brothers, I will definitely give you two an explanation, Fu Shi said. Above the heavens, below the starry sky. Mount Buzhou stood between heaven and earth with the 33 layers of heavenly quartz coiled around it. A vast and boundless aura surged forth, and a heaven-suppressing aura was on full display. There were also mighty figures rushing over from all directions. A new emperor ascended the throne, and the three realms celebrated together. When the 300-year deadline arrived, the orthodoxies of the three realms rushed to the celestial court. The celestial court of the 33rd layer was constantly receiving guests from various orthodoxies. It could be said that the 33rd layer of the celestial court was extremely lively. The celestial court of today was nothing like it had been in the past. It could be said to be the #1 force in the world. Moreover, it had truly united the three realms and made all the orthodoxies submit to it. There were countless quasi-sages of the 8 directions and various orthodoxies. Amongst these guests, there was only a single person that drew the most attention, and this person was Imperial Monarch Ziwei's master, the Grand Immortal Zhen Yuan, who was said to be the ancestor of the earthly immortals. Zhen Yuanzi, known as the ancestor of earthly immortals, was one of the kind-hearted quasi-saints. He was also a quasi-saint with great magical powers. Now that Imperial Monarch Ziwei had become the new celestial emperor, Zhen Yuanzi's status naturally rose as a result. He immediately became the target of various quasi-saint orthodoxies. When Zhen Yuanzi entered the celestial court, everyone in the celestial court was extremely respectful to Zhen Yuanzi. They even arranged for him to stay in the limitless palace. Even the 2 demon emperors of the demon race, the patriarch of the Styx River, personally came to visit Zhen Yuanzi. From the top to the bottom of the 33rd layer of the celestial court, everyone with a name came to visit Zhen Yuanzi. In addition to the top and bottom of the celestial court, various orthodoxies and some quasi-sages almost trampled Zhen Yuanzi's doorstep. Of course, those who could meet Zhen Yuanzi were definitely not weak. The weakest among them had a cultivation base at least at the level of Daluo Jingxian. However, just these people's visits alone were enough to make Zhen Yuanzi restless. In the limitless palace. When Zhen Yuanzi sent off the last batch of guests with a smile and saw the dazzling array of gifts behind him, Zhen Yuanzi could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He did not know what to say. Martial niece Ziwei used your name to travel the 3 realms. It seems that you, as her master, will have to rely on your disciple's name to travel the 3 realms in the future. Daoist Lan Yu quietly appeared behind Zhen Yuanzi and said with a teasing smile on his face. I didn't expect Ziwei to become emperor either. Perhaps this is his fortune. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head helplessly. He did not feel the slightest bit proud that Ziwei was about to become the new celestial emperor. Yi Xian abdicated to Ziwei. I think he wants to focus on cultivation. He has already achieved Dao through another method, but you and I haven't found the opportunity to achieve Dao through another method. When will we be able to transcend the three realms? Lan Ye changed the topic. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. He sealed off the entire limitless palace, as if he was afraid that outsiders would hear their conversation. You're too anxious. Those who achieve Dao through another method also have to rely on their own opportunities. For example, the three sovereigns of the human race and the demon ancestor Luoho. The three sovereigns of the human race relied on the power of the human race to achieve Dao through another method. The demon ancestor Luoho is one of the chaos demon gods. He is the ancestor of all demons and also controls the power of the demon Dao. You and I, on the other hand, are only relying on ourselves. Achieving Dao through another method is just empty talk. And don't forget, even if you and I achieve Dao through another method, the three realms are still under the control of the heavenly Dao. It's just wishful thinking for you and I to transcend. If achieving Dao through another method can transcend the heavenly Dao and roam the chaos, then why would the demon ancestor Luoho hide in the demon world he created? Zhen Yuanzi spoke tirelessly. Lan Ye frowned. But from the conversation between the two, it was clear that these two sage-to-be knew some unknown secrets. Now that Yi Xian has become powerful, he will come into contact with these secrets sooner or later. When the time comes, we'll just have to wait and see. Lan Ye sighed. Well, tomorrow is my disciple's ascension ceremony. After he becomes the celestial emperor, you will follow me back to the fifth manor to cultivate. Don't get involved in the dispute of the three realms, Zhen Yuanzi said. The next day. At the peak of Buzhou, the secret tower of heaven. Thousands of auspicious qi and tens of thousands of auspicious clouds. Purple qi came from the east for 30,000 miles. Immortal light shot up from the ground. The vast and boundless Mount Buzhou rumbled and shone, as if it had turned into the brightest star in the world. Tens of thousands of immortals came, demons bowed, and quasi-saints stepped on auspicious clouds. Various orthodoxies stood on both sides of the peak. The entire Mount Buzhou was solemn and no one dared to make a sound. The Empyrean Fairy has arrived. Thump, thump, thump. The war drums of the 9 heavens were beating and the golden lightning was rumbling. A golden path spread out from the nacre lake. A white jade carriage was rumbling. The 9 heavens mystical maiden was sitting cross-legged in the carriage. On both sides of the carriage were the nacre lake fairies sprinkling flower petals in the sky. Greetings, Empyrean Fairy. When the white jade carriage arrived at the secret tower of heaven, the Empyrean Fairy slowly walked out of the carriage. In her hand was a golden decree. The heavens and earth are boundless. I am free and unfettered above the 9 heavens. Therefore, I pass the position of celestial emperor to Ziwei. Xian knew of the 9 heavens held the celestial the Archdharma and recited it aloud. Her voice echoed throughout the 33 levels of the heavenly court. Welcome, Ziwei Tiandi. Half an incense stick's time later, the 9 heavenly maidens' voice rumbled like thunder. A golden light burst out from the heavenly monarch palace and a heavenly monarch's chariot rose into the sky. Empress Myrtle Star sat in the chariot with Taishan Laojun and Kong Xian as her bodyguards. The chariot rumbled towards the heavenly platform. Empress Ziwei, receive the decree. The Empyrean Fairy held the decree and read it aloud. Empress Ziwei walked down from the chariot in her celestial emperor battle robe. She solemnly received the decree from the Empyrean Fairy. Where is the 4-dragon seal and the celestial emperor sword? The moment the Empyrean Fairy finished her words, Venus Tai Bai came forward with the 4-dragon seal and the celestial emperor sword. She bowed and presented the 2 items to Ziwei. Ziwei, when you receive the four-dragon seal and the Celestial Emperor sword, you are the master of the Celestial Court. You are also the master of the three realms. The Empyrean fairy said solemnly. Ziwei will not let Yi Qiandi down. Ziwei received the four-dragon seal and the Celestial Emperor sword solemnly. At the same time, the Empyrean fairy bowed to Ziwei. Empyrean fairy greets Ziwei Tiandi. We greet Ziwei Tiandi. With the Empyrean fairy as an example, the crowd below the heavenly platform bowed to Ziwei. Although they were puzzled as to why Yi Xian was not present at such an important ascension ceremony, they did not dare to show any abnormalities. They could only hide their doubts deep in their hearts. What an imposing scene, what a grand ascension ceremony. My good disciple, how could you forget to invite your master? Suddenly, the world shook and the space around them collapsed. A slender figure walked over from afar. Her cold and lonely voice echoed between heaven and earth. How dare you disturb the ascension of the new celestial emperor? Venus Taibai glared angrily. She did not expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in the celestial court. Was this person tired of living? Ni. Nuwa Empress. Suddenly, before Taibai Jinxing could see clearly who it was, someone cried out in horror. This caused the originally lively atmosphere to suddenly become deathly silent as everyone's gaze turned towards the person who had come. Chapter 955. Heaven and earth were bright and everything was silent. Nuwa was surrounded by the terrible human path power. She held the hornet sword in her hand and the demonic lotus of destruction was floating above her head. Her white robe was fluttering in the wind and a powerful chi power was spreading out. Nuwa. The Empyrean fairy was stunned and her face turned pale. She had not expected that Nuwa would come here on such an important day. How could it be? Wasn't she taken back to the fire cloud cave by the three sovereigns of the human tribe? What does Nuwa want to do? After 3 breaths of time, the crowd was still in an uproar. Everyone looked at Nviwa with shock and doubt. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and the other quasi-saints quickly came to their senses and soared into the sky, looking at Nviwa with a serious expression. Nuwa, how dare you show up here? Donghuang Tai scolded with the bell of chaos. Get lost. Rumble. Nviwa's sword swept out towards Donghuang Tai, causing the entire area to explode. Cracks appeared in the space, causing Donghuang Tai's expression to change drastically. He quickly placed the bell of primal chaos in front of him to block the attack. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as an extremely terrifying thing happened. A huge hole was blasted through the bell of primal chaos. The bell instantly became damaged and Donghuang Tai's chest was pierced through. His entire body was covered in blood as he fell towards the ground. A clown dares to argue with this saint. Nuwa held the profound yellow sword in her hand. Her cold voice resounded through the world, making everyone tremble and speechless. They could not believe their eyes. Brother! Emperor Jun shouted anxiously. He turned into a flowing light and rushed towards Donghuang Tai. He barely caught Donghuang Tai's broken body. However, Donghuang Tai was coughing up blood. Apparently, he had suffered a serious injury. Go get Yi Qiandi. Donghuang Tai's eyes trembled and he reminded Emperor Jun weakly. She recovered her cultivation. Emperor Jun's expression changed greatly and he looked up at Nuwa in the sky. His eyes were full of disbelief because Nuwa had been knocked down by Yi Xian. How could she become a sage again? The power of human path. Suddenly, Taishang Laojun exclaimed in surprise, directly revealing the truth of why Nuwa's cultivation was so terrifying. Wow! As Taishang Laojun's words fell, all the quasi-saints looked at Nuwa in shock. Indeed, they discovered that the light surrounding Nuwa was the light of the human Tao. The might of the human Tao was faintly blooming around her. Be careful. Be careful of the weapon in her hand. While everyone was still in shock, Donghuang Tai returned to the heavenly court with the help of Emperor Jun. He said weakly. Then, he could not hold on any longer and fainted. Zhen Yuanzi strolled over. She looked at Nuwa with a solemn expression. Donghuang Tai's Bell of Chaos was also a chaos divine weapon, and it was invulnerable. However, it was destroyed by Nuwa's sword. It was simply unimaginable. Zhen Yuanzi concluded that Nuwa's weapon was a chaos divine weapon, which made the celestial court's expression turn solemn. It's not just a chaos divine weapon. Look at the lotus above her head. Landia strolled to the front of the Empyrean Fairy and pointed at the world annihilation demonic lotus above Nuwa's head. If I'm not wrong, the lotus above her head has a great origin. It should be the world annihilation demonic lotus of Luoho, the demon ancestor. Landia said solemnly. Hearing his words, the celestial court gasped and an extremely depressing atmosphere grew. Thump, thump, thump. Nuwa strolled down from the sky as if the sky was shaking and the earth was churning. She completely ignored the 33 layers of the celestial court. She did not even care about the two ultimate formations of heaven and earth that had been hastily set up. Mystic Fairy, where is the Celestial Emperor? Seeing Nuwa walking towards them, the Kuan Peng's expression was as gloomy as water. He asked the Nine Heavens Maiden in a low voice because only Yi Xian could stop her. I don't know either. Empyrean Fairy answered in a hurry. She did not know where Yi Xian had gone. Before Yi Xian left, he had said that he was going to cross the heavenly tribulation. However, more than 300 years had passed and Yi Xian had not appeared. She could do nothing about it. Nuwa, that's enough. Suddenly, just as everyone in the celestial court was feeling heavy-hearted, Emperor Ziwei stepped forward and pointed the celestial emperor sword at Nuwa. There was no fear on her face. Emperor Ziwei, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Nuwa's eyes were filled with anger. She slowly raised her hand and was about to kill Emperor Ziwei. However, at this moment, Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward and stood in front of Ziwei. Nuwa, Daoist friend, you are here to settle the score with Yi Tiandi. Why do you have to implicate others? Zhen Yuanzi said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. If it were in the past, Nuwa would definitely give Zhen Yuanzi some face. After all, Fuxi once owed Zhen Yuanzi a favor. However, Nuwa was now paranoid. She had even schemed against her brother Fuxi. Why would she care about Zhen Yuanzi? Zhen Yuanzi, if you don't want to die, you'd better scram. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place, Nuwa said coldly. Haha. All of a sudden, Zhen Yuanzi burst into laughter, and his gentle face became fierce. What if I don't let you go? Die. Nuwa did not waste any words. The profound yellow sword seemed to pierce through heaven and earth as it slashed towards Zhen Yuanzi. Whirled in the sleeve. Zhen Yuanzi roared fiercely. With a flick of his sleeve, the world suddenly changed. What shocked everyone even more was that an ancient stone book suddenly appeared. Wisps of grey mist drifted out. Bang! Heaven and earth disappeared and the void collapsed. No one saw the result of the two's attack. However, when the mist dissipated, Zhen Yuanzi and Nuwa appeared in front of everyone at the same time. It's you. Suddenly, Nuwa looked at Zhen Yuanzi in surprise. The murderous intent around her gradually disappeared. She looked at Zhen Yuanzi with a strange expression. On the other side, Zhen Yuanzi was not injured. He held the book in his hand with a gloomy expression. He looked at Nuwa with a faint murderous intent in his eyes, as if Nuwa had discovered his secret. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect it to be you. Nuwa giggled. She took back her profound yellow sword and the murderous intent around her dissipated. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi gradually calmed down. His lips moved slightly. Obviously, he was secretly transmitting a message to Nuwa. Nuwa looked at Jin Yuanzi in surprise, as if she had never really known Jin Yuanzi. No one knew what Jin Yuanzi said to Nuwa. However, when Jin Yuanzi took Emperor Ziwei to the side, Nuwa did not have any murderous intent. It seemed that she really spared Ziwei's life because of Jin Yuanzi. Chapter 956. However, the people of the Celestial Court looked at Jin Yuanzi in shock. They knew very well that Nuwa, with the power of the human Tao, must have achieved Tao in a different way, which was equivalent to the cultivation of a sage. Jin Yuanzi, on the other hand, was only a sage to be. How could he block Nuwa's attack? Dong Huang Tai was an example. Even though Dong Huang Tai was heavily injured with the Bell of Chaos, Jin Yuanzi was unscathed. Strange, extremely strange. Unfortunately, before the people of the Celestial Court could figure out the reason, Nuwa strode toward the Empyrean Fairy. The smile on her face became colder and colder. Disciple, is Yi Xian not in the Celestial Court? Nuwa asked softly. She appeared even more amiable, but the murderous intent hidden in her eyes was on the verge of bursting out. Master, I'll call you Master again. It's not too late for you to stop now. If you wait until Yi Xian returns, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to, the Empyrean Fairy said while biting her lips. I won't be able to leave. Nuwa laughed. Her smile became even brighter, as if she had heard an extremely funny joke. Let alone Yi Xian, even if Dao Tianzun was here, he wouldn't be a match for me, let alone this despicable and shameless little dog. Nuwa berated with murderous intent. Tell me, do you have the 5-colored celestial stone and the Hongmeng immortal vapor? Since Yi Xian wasn't in the Celestial Court, Nuwa could only put the matter aside for the time being. She began to interrogate the whereabouts of the Hongmeng immortal vapor and the 5-colored celestial stone. Master, please stop. If you continue, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation, the Empyrean Fairy whispered bitterly. Eternal damnation? You unfilial disciple. Today, I'll get rid of you. Nuwa slammed her palm toward the Empyrean Fairy. The space around them was distorted, as if she would crush the Empyrean Fairy in the next moment. Clang! Like a comet falling to the earth, like a vast sea rolling against the sky, a slender figure quietly stood in front of the goddess of 9 heavens. A jade-like palm collided with goddess Nviwa. Bang! It was like the firmament of heaven and earth, like the firmament of eternity. Goddess Nviwa was sent flying backward, and her body staggered in the void. Yi Xian. Xian knew of the 9 heavens had closed her eyes and was waiting for death. However, when she saw the person in front of her clearly, a joyful smile appeared on her face. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and his expression was calm. He lightly patted the shoulder of the 9 heavens maiden before looking at Nuwa. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. When Yi Xian returned, the members of the Celestial Court greeted him. The morale of the Celestial Court instantly soared. The heavy and oppressive atmosphere from before was nowhere to be seen. However, what surprised the members of the Celestial Court was that they hadn't seen Yi Xian for 300 years. Today, Yi Xian's appearance gave them an indescribable aura. Even Yi Xian's appearance seemed to have changed slightly. If Yi Xian in the past gave people a feeling of showing off his abilities, the current Yi Xian was like a calm lake. He gave people a feeling of moist rain. There was no oppressive aura or sharp edge. Yi Xian seemed to have turned into an ordinary person. He gave people a feeling of simplicity. Yi Xian, you really did appear. Nuwa came with the hornet sword in hand. Her voice was sharp and cold. She had been waiting for Yi Xian. Today, she would avenge her previous humiliation and make Yi Xian unable to reincarnate. The power of humanity. Yi Xian looked calmly at Nuwa and then nodded gently. There was no shock on his face. This was because he had long known that Nuwa and Luoho had conspired to seize the power of humanity. However, it seemed that Nuwa had not given the power of humanity to Luoho. Instead, she had given it to herself. Yi Xian, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't knocked me down from my position as a saint, how could I have obtained the power of humanity? How could I have obtained the hornet sword? Nuwa slowly walked over with a confident smile on her face. Strands of the power of humanity surged into the sky, directly stirring up the world within 100 million kilometers. It even caused the three realms to tremble slightly. At the same time, the saints of the heavenly path opened their Dharma eyes and looked towards the celestial court. Naturally, they saw everything. What a powerful cultivation. Her cultivation has actually surpassed mine. Is the power of humanity really that terrifying? Yuanchi Tianzuan said in shock. She's just a failure. Today is the day she dies. Suddenly, Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu slowly opened their eyes. His voice was very soft, but it contained a trace of imperceptible anger. How is this possible? Upon hearing Lao Tzu's words, Yuanchi Tianzuan's expression changed slightly. He could completely sense Nuwa's power. She was almost on par with his senior brother. Moreover, what shocked Yuanchi Tianzuan the most was that Nuwa still had the demon ancestor's world annihilation demon lotus in her hands. She also had a chaos divine weapon of unknown origin. You'll know in a moment. Lao Tzu sighed. On the other side, the two saints of the west sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree and were also watching the battle. They both hoped that Nuwa could kill Yi Xian. That way, they would be able to get rid of a major threat. Tong Tian was also watching the battle, but he did not go to help. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, he was completely unafraid of Nuwa. If he went to join forces with Yi Xian, he would be a laughingstock. Tong Tian could not do such a thing. At the peak of Mount Buzhou, above the firmament, Yi Xian and Nuwa faced each other in the void. The power of human Tao that erupted from Nuwa was so terrifying that it faintly cracked the world around them. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rioting, forming a spiritual energy storm that howled between heaven and earth. On the other hand, Yi Xian was as calm as ever. He did not reveal any terrifying might, but a bleak and lonely aura lingered around him. His eyes were a little dazed, as if he was recalling something. 300 years was but the snap of a finger for immortals, but 200,000 years had passed for Yi Xian. The four tribulations of the heavenly Tao, the tribulation of life and death. Every tribulation was a narrow escape. This time, Yi Xian's tribulation was also fraught with danger. His mood was extremely low, and his heart was filled with a faint sense of sorrow and regret that seemed to remain in his heart forever. The fourth tribulation was called Mirror Heart Illumination. What was the meaning of the Mirror Heart Illumination? The so-called Mirror Heart Illumination was a kind of self-examination, and also a kind of hidden self-denial. To put it bluntly, it was one of the four tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian would have to relive the most painful and regretful event of his life. It would cause him to deny himself, and even shatter his own sacred heart and die. Over the past 300 years, Yi Xian had experienced tribulation every day. He relived the bitterness and pain of his youth, and also experienced the greatest regret and sorrow of his life. His younger sister Yi Linger and her family had died in front of him. Lu Bai had constructed the immortal defying formation, and his soul had scattered in front of him. Chang'e, the moon fairy, had been killed by his own hands. Sun Wukong had transformed heaven and earth into a five-colored divine stone for him. The snow girl had died for him. Yi Xian fell into an extreme state of self-denial as he relived the events of the past. He even felt a sense of regret as he sighed in the emptiness of eternity. Chapter 957. Suffering so much that it was better to die. Amidst the four tribulations of the heavenly Tao, Yi Xian kept asking himself if he had really done something wrong, but he could not get an answer. Lu Bai cried and wailed to him, his little sister Yi Ling begged him not to kill her husband, and his childhood sweetheart Xia Qingzhu cried and complained why he was so heartless and cruel as to kill her and her father with his own hands. Too many past events made Yi Xian feel helpless and hesitant. He had almost died in the 4 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, but at the moment when his sacred heart was about to die, he relied on his rock-solid will to survive. However, although Yi Xian had passed the 4 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, it left him with an unresolvable regret in his heart, which made him feel even more lonely. Today, I want you to die without a burial place. Looking at Yi Xian's lonely expression, Nuwa roared viciously, a smug look on her face. She held the profound yellow sword in her hand and rushed toward Yi Xian. You are really pitiful. Yi Xian's absent-minded eyes gradually became clear, but the bleakness in his eyes did not disappear. He looked at Nuwa with a touch of pity in his eyes, but there was a ruthless light in them. Boom! The world was in chaos, and the wind and clouds were surging. Yi Xian raised his palm, as if he was lifting the heavens and the earth, and directly reached out toward Nuwa. Do you really think you can suppress me in close combat? Nuwa laughed complacently, and the demonic lotus of annihilation poured down the heaven-suppressing demonic light, completely protecting her body. The profound yellow sword in her hand slashed at Yi Xian with a fierce murderous intent. Clang! There was a loud noise and the void collapsed. Yi Xian's palm bombarded Nuwa, but it only shattered Nuwa's protective demonic light and did not really hurt Nuwa's real body. But also at this moment, Nuwa laughed coldly, and the profound yellow sword fell on Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian frowned slightly and avoided the sword, but the sharp edge of the profound yellow sword cut open his left shoulder. Qi! Yi Xian's body was said to be indestructible, but his left shoulder was cut open by the profound yellow sword. Blood spilled from his left shoulder, staining his clothes red. How could this be? Yi Xian's injury set off a monstrous wave, and the 33rd Celestial Court was shocked. They knew very well how terrifying Yi Xian's body was. 300 years ago, he had defeated Nuwa, but today he was seriously injured. Yi Xian, go to hell. Nuwa did not give in. The profound yellow sword erupted with endless sharpness and slashed at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's left shoulder was cut open and blood kept flowing, his face did not change in the slightest, and he did not panic at all. Facing Nuwa's fierce offensive, he did not retreat, but advanced, pointing at the profound yellow sword in Nuwa's hand. Clang! Like the collision of metal and stone, terrible sparks bloomed. When Yi Xian's finger touched the tip of the profound yellow sword, a world-destroying power attacked Nuwa through the tip of the sword. Yi Xian, you underestimate me too much. Nuwa held the profound yellow sword, and the power of human Tao madly circulated. A power even more terrifying than Yi Xian's poured into the profound yellow sword, and with a loud bang, Yi Xian was sent flying. Kill! Nuwa did not give in. She instantly appeared beside Yi Xian, and the profound yellow sword brought with it millions of sword lights, stirring up the wind and clouds, and slashed at Yi Xian with a suppressive force. She had suffered endless humiliation from Yi Xian, and today she was going to return it 10 times, 100 times. She was going to take back the heavenly Tao Saint position in one fell swoop, and she was going to clear her name as Nuwa. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the void. In the face of such a terrifying attack from Nuwa, Yi Xian's expression did not change. He escaped into the void and instantly dodged Nuwa's fierce attack. He even strangely appeared behind Nuwa and sent a palm strike at her. Clang! With a loud bang, the world shook. Yi Xian's palm strike once again made Nuwa stagger. However, Nuwa was still unharmed because the world annihilation demonic lotus above her head was too terrifying. It had already protected her body. Swish! With a sword sweeping through the world, Nuwa instantly found Yi Xian's position. However, Yi Xian barely dodged the sword, and the two faced each other in the sky. You want to hurt me? Nuwa sneered again and again. The world annihilation demonic lotus floated above her head, and the power of human Tao surrounded her body. The profound yellow sword in her hand bloomed with sharp light. I have the world annihilation demonic lotus to protect me, and I have the profound yellow sword in my hand. My cultivation is as strong as the Tong Tian. How can you be my opponent? Crack. Rolling thunder bloomed in all directions. Nuwa roared in the sky and looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a dead man, full of shocking killing intent. At this moment, Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. The injury on his left shoulder had already recovered. After all, the indestructible demonic body was extremely powerful. Although it was injured by the profound yellow sword, it recovered in just a few dozen breaths. You're really sad and lamentable. Yi Xian's voice was very calm without the slightest ripple. Even though Nuwa was so powerful, it was as if he didn't put her in his eyes. You're about to die and you're still pretending. If you don't take out your armor, I'm afraid you won't have the chance today. Nuwa coldly scolded. Obviously, she knew that Yi Xian hadn't put on the Nirvana armor yet. This was his strongest state. Of course, Nuwa was very confident in herself. Even if Yi Xian put on the Nirvana armor, with her current cultivation and the profound yellow sword, she could definitely kill Yi Xian. Whether it's the so-called World Annihilation Demon Lotus, or the profound yellow sword that you speak of, or even your current cultivation, these are all just external forces. Why would I need the Nirvana battle armor to kill you? Yi Xian whispered indifferently. You're just pretending. Today, I'll let your soul scatter and die. Nuwa roared with hatred. She directly took out the profound yellow sword and formed a seal with both hands. Strands of human Tao energy filled the sky and earth. The profound yellow sword seemed to be able to pierce through the ancient and modern world. It carried an aura that could suppress all things as it fell towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face didn't change. He used his finger in place of a sword to create sword lights that filled the sky. He also pointed at Nuwa. Unfortunately, they were all annihilated by the profound yellow sword. It's useless. Your cultivation is completely below mine. This profound yellow sword can destroy anything. Today, you will die without a doubt. Nuwa unleashed her star great art, directly summoning over 100 meteors from outer space. They covered 100 million miles of the sky. Amidst Nuwa's crazy roar, this world-destroying art blasted towards Yi Xian. Over 100 meteors were so terrifying that they covered 100 million miles. If this great art really fell, the 33 layers of the Celestial Court and Mount Buzhou would be reduced to dust. Break. Yi Xian slightly frowned. His 5 fingers suddenly stretched out as if he wanted to grab and destroy a part of the starry sky. Before the meteors could fall, they were all destroyed by his hand. Die. Suddenly, Nuwa strangely appeared beside him. The profound yellow sword appeared in her hand. She stabbed it towards Yi Xian's forehead. Chapter 958. Clang. A cold light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. With a flip of his hand, he swung the profound yellow sword out. However, a huge wound was torn open on his palm by the profound yellow sword. Blood continuously flowed out from his palm. Go to hell. Chi. 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 Nuwa seemed to have gone mad. Her hatred for Yi Xian had reached the pinnacle. The profound amber sword in her hand was so sharp that it transformed into thousands of sword rays that constantly attacked Yi Xian. Clang. 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 A series of metallic clangs rang out. Yi Xian was completely at a disadvantage. Nuwa completely suppressed Yi Xian and forced Yi Xian to retreat step by step. What a terrifying cultivation. How can this be? Kong Xian's eyes were solemn and his voice was filled with anxiety. Nua's combat strength was so terrifying that even Yi Xian was showing signs of defeat. Don't worry, Yi Xian definitely won't lose, the Empyrean fairy said quickly, trying to calm the panicked emotions of the people of the celestial court. Rumble. Time passed little by little. The battle lasted for half a day. Yi Xian was constantly suppressed by Nua, but he was always able to avoid Nua's killing blow. Yi Xian, let's end this. Let's end this. Suddenly, Nua stopped pursuing Yi Xian. She pulled away from Yi Xian in an instant. Her expression was solemn and her vigorous power of humanity rumbled and seethed. At this moment, Yi Xian was injured in many places. A large amount of blood stained his clothes. He looked a little disheveled, but his expression remained indifferent and calm. He didn't panic at all. Gazing at the sky without speaking, hearing the earth move without being alarmed. This sentence fully explained Yi Xian's current state. It is indeed time for a pitiful and hateful person to end. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and didn't reveal any aura around him. He quietly watched Nua. He didn't take out the Nirvana armor, nor did he summon the heaven-destroying halberd. His cultivation didn't even increase at all, but the desolate aura around him was faintly seeping out. You're about to die and you still dare to boast. Nua sneered again and again. She had only used 70% of her cultivation to force Yi Xian to retreat repeatedly. She had played with Yi Xian enough, and now she wanted to raise her cultivation to the peak so that she could destroy Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Rumble. The Tongtian's power of humanity pierced through the ground and Nua's aura rose rapidly. The profound amber sword clanged under the infusion of the power of humanity. Even the world around them gradually changed color. A world-suppressing power burst out from Nua's body. It was a moment of life and death. Nua's power was simply apocalyptic. Everyone in the 33rd Heaven Celestial Court felt the threat of death looming over them. The various quasi-saints and orthodoxies who came to participate in the coronation screamed and wanted to escape from this place of death. However, before anyone could do anything, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Ah! Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream was heard. Nua, who had a smug look on her face, clutched her head in pain. The profound amber sword in her hand suddenly shattered and turned into 4 balls of light that floated in the void. However, it wasn't over yet. The power of humanity around Nua went berserk. The originally rich and simple power of humanity turned into a 7-colored radiance and instantly rushed into Nua's glabella. She screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, Nua crashed onto the peak of Mount Buzhou. She rolled on the ground in pain. The power of humanity in her body was extremely chaotic. It was as if she was going through a calamity that she had never experienced before. What? What's going on? Such a scene immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Nua with shock and doubt. Nua had just shown that she could crush Yi Xian and even displayed an invincible cultivation base. How did she become like this? Her cultivation base is disappearing. Kong Xian shouted in shock. His words revealed Nua's current state. Everyone was extremely shocked. They quickly peeked at Nua's cultivation base and found that Nua's cultivation base was indeed dropping. She had fallen to the level of Daluo Jingxian. Above the firmament. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back. His face was still calm and serene as if he had already expected Nua's current situation. Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly collected the 4 balls of light from the profound amber sword into his hand. Then, he slowly walked towards the peak of Mount Buzhou. Ah! How? How can this be? Nua rolled on the ground in pain. She spat out mouthfuls of blood. Her body spasmed violently as if she was suffering an extremely terrible torture. You forcefully integrated the power of humanity and destroyed the fortune of the human race. Your cultivation base may seem to have reached the peak, but the power of humanity is born from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human race. When you forcefully raised your cultivation base to the peak, it naturally caused the power of humanity to backfire on you. As the saying goes, karma engenders retribution. You naturally need to pay for the evil you sowed. Today, I don't need to kill you. You will be annihilated by the backlash of the power of humanity. Yi Xian strolled to Nuwa's side. He looked down at Nuwa at his feet. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Impossible. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Nuwa screamed crazily. She kept circulating her cultivation base and tried to stand up. However, her mind was filled with all kinds of distracting thoughts. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human race kept attacking her saint heart. Not only was her cultivation base dropping rapidly, but her face was also beginning to age. Nuwa had destroyed the fortune of the human race and forcefully integrated the power of humanity. How could the power of humanity acknowledge her? It would only backfire on her. If anyone could forcefully absorb the power of humanity and become a saint, the 3 sovereigns of the human race would not have guarded the fire cloud cave so cautiously. They knew that the power of humanity needed to be connected to the fortune of the human race and nurtured the will of the human race. In fact, if Nuwa had not raised her cultivation base to the peak without permission, she would not have suffered such a great calamity. However, she hated Yi Xian too much. That was why she had suffered the consequences of her own actions and ended up like this. As for the profound yellow sword in your hand, it is indeed a peerless divine weapon. It can even hurt my body. Unfortunately, you were too impatient. How can you really refine a chaotic divine weapon in just a few hundred years? You forcefully integrated the 3 spirit treasures with the profound yellow stone and hastily refined them to fight me. This is where you failed. Yi Xian spoke tirelessly. From the beginning to the end, he did not treat Nuwa as an opponent because Nuwa was just a loser. Yi Xian did not take her seriously at all. Moreover, you are just a chess piece in someone else's hand. In the end, you will die. You are really pitiful and sad. Yi Xian let out a long sigh and then looked back at the void. Am I right, fellow Luoho? Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause. The void in the distance flickered and 2 figures appeared. It was Luoho and Gu Beichen. Yi Daoyu is indeed extraordinary. This ancestor admires you. Luoho strolled over with a smile on his face. He even nodded at Yi Xian in appreciation. He did not look at Nuwa from the beginning to the end. Luoho. It's you who set me up. When Luoho appeared, Nuwa shouted in a trembling voice. She understood. She understood everything. It turned out that everything she did was within Luoho's calculations. She was completely played in the palm of his hand. Noisy. Luoho frowned and bent his finger to form a seal. The world annihilation demonic lotus that was hanging above Nuwa's head suddenly shook and poured out a dark demonic fire that instantly drowned Nuwa. Ah! Nuwa screamed in pain. The dark demonic fire was too terrifying. It directly burned Nuwa's skin and flesh. She rolled in pain in the dark demonic fire and let out a vicious curse. Luoho, you will die a horrible death. Yi Xian. You. Don't be too proud. I am a chess piece. You are just making a wedding dress for others. I curse the 2 of you to have your souls scattered for eternity. Ah! Nuwa screamed miserably. Before she could finish her vicious curse, she turned into a charred skeleton. Her soul truly scattered between heaven and earth. Chapter 959. A saint of a generation had passed away, leaving behind only a charred skeleton in the end. She had become a complete laughingstock. It really made people sigh. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on two people. These two people had also become the focus of everyone's attention. A strange atmosphere was growing at this moment. Luo Ho was dressed in black and had a very handsome appearance. He held the World Annihilation Demonic Lotus in his hand and ignored the skeleton at his feet. Instead, a gentle smile appeared on his face. There was no trace of the vicious attitude he had when he killed Nuwa. Terrifying, too terrifying. Luo Ho clearly used the dark demonic fire to burn Nuwa to ashes, but now, it seemed as if it had nothing to do with him. Instead, he gave people a feeling of politeness. This huge contrast made everyone secretly shiver. This poor Taoist has always admired Yi Daoyou's fame. Today, I see that you are indeed extraordinary. This Nuwa caused a disturbance in the celestial court ceremony and deserved to be killed. This poor Taoist was so angry that I killed her. Please don't blame me. Luo Ho smiled and slightly cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. He even lowered his posture. Taoist Luo Ho must be joking. It's just a Nuwa. If you killed her, then so be it. How would I dare to blame you? Yi Xian said calmly. Both of them were very polite, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Their words were polite and they had a tacit understanding not to expose that layer of paper. However, the conversation between the two of them caused everyone to be horrified. Their gazes towards the two of them were extremely complicated. That was Nuwa, who was once a heavenly Tao saint. Now that she had died miserably at the feet of the two of them actually spoke with fervor and assurance, as if they did not care at all. This scene was simply terrifying to the extreme. Haha. The more Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian, the more satisfied he was. He laughed loudly and walked towards Yi Xian. I heard that today is the day of the new emperor's ascension. This poor Taoist came to congratulate you. I also wanted to make friends with Yi Xian. I have long heard of the name of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. Yi Xian has always wanted to meet you. Being able to meet you today has fulfilled my wish. Taoist, please take a seat. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. He cordially invited Luo Ho to walk with him with an extremely sincere expression on his face. The two of them stepped onto the Heaven's Ascension platform side by side, as if they had been good friends for many years. Nuwa's charred bones were silently put away by the Empyrean fairy. Regardless of whether Nuwa was good or bad, she was still her master. The only thing she could do was to bury her properly. On the heavenly platform, Yi Xian and Luo Ho sat side by side. He personally poured Luo Ho a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he looked at Luo Ho and said softly, Taoist, what do you think of my celestial court? The unification of the three realms and the respect of all living beings. Just this achievement alone is something that no one can compare to. However, to us, these are only external things. Only the legendary saint of all saints should be our goal. Luo Ho said with a smile. He raised his cup to Yi Xian and also drank the wine in his cup. However, Yi Xian's eyes were slightly fierce, and then changed into a gentle expression. There was not the slightest change in his expression. As the saying goes, one can know the whole leopard from a single spot. Luo Ho actually mentioned the Saint of Saints. This also indirectly explained a problem. The path he cultivated was also related to the Saint of Saints. A great enemy, this was a peerless great enemy. Yi Xian looked calm on the surface, but in his heart, he regarded Luo Ho as a great enemy. I heard that Taoist achieved the Tao through another way. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. However, if you want to achieve the Tao through another way, you need a great opportunity. I see that Taoist's aura is concealed and all your strength is hidden in your body. It is poles apart from the so-called other way of achieving the Tao. Could it be that Taoist is walking the path of achieving the Tao through strength? Luo Ho lightly sipped the wine in his cup, as if he was casually chatting with Yi Xian, but there was a silent sharpness in his words. Just now, Yi Xian was testing him, and he gave Yi Xian an answer. He was walking the path of the Saint of Saints. Now, he returned the question to Yi Xian and wanted to see how Yi Xian would answer. That's right. I am indeed walking the path of achieving the Tao through strength. At this moment, I have already stepped into the 4 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. When Yi Xian's voice sounded, Luo Ho was suddenly startled, and the wine cup in his hand trembled slightly. He suddenly looked up at Yi Xian, but saw that Yi Xian was smiling at him. What a good Yi Xian! He actually admitted it. The smile on Luo Ho's face remained unchanged, but his thoughts were fluctuating. A touch of seriousness quietly flashed across his eyes, and then it returned to its original calm state. He originally thought that Yi Xian would cover it up, but the other party openly admitted it. This was something he did not expect. Although this child is a junior, his scheming and shrewdness are different from ordinary people. He is definitely not inferior to me. I must not treat him lightly. Luo Ho's thoughts fluctuated one after another. He also regarded Yi Xian as a great enemy, but his expression was very calm. He even chatted with Yi Xian, and a few laughs came from his mouth from time to time. If one did not understand the relationship between the two, they would think that the two of them were best friends. Luo Ho sighed and said, "The so-called saint of all saints is to transcend this world and travel in the chaos. The so-called heavenly Tao will also be suppressed. It's just that few of the tens of thousands of methods can lead to the door of the saint of all saints. Even the great god Pangu in the past failed on the road to prove his Tao through strength. Could it be that fellow Taoist can be compared with the great god Pangu?" Yi Xian said faintly, "There is no road in this world. The place that people walk on becomes a road." Fellow Taoist was injured by Tao ancestor Hong Jun and hid in the demon world. Could it be that after so many years, you have lost the heart to forge ahead? They confronted each other with a hidden killing intent. The two of them exchanged words. Luo Ho's every word disturbed Yi Xian's Tao heart, and Yi Xian also disturbed Luo Ho's Tao heart. Only the two of them could understand the hidden killing intent. Ha! Luo Ho laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist is indeed not an ordinary person. Luo Ho has learned something. Today, fellow Taoist came to the celestial court to observe the ceremony. It is the honor of the celestial court. Why don't you all quickly give a toast to the demon ancestor?" Yi Xian smiled and looked around at everyone. This also made the people of the 33rd celestial court raise their cups to the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor, Luo Ho, smiled and nodded, drinking the wine in his cup. From the beginning to the end, he was calm and did not have the slightest change in his expression. Today, a new emperor has ascended the throne, and the 33rd celestial court is in charge of the 3 realms. Naturally, we have to save everyone from the fire and water. Ziwei Tiandi will refine stones to mend the blue sky and become a heavenly Tao saint. Yi Xian said majestically, and the world rumbled. Rumble. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Ziwei Tiandi bowed to Yi Xian. The primordial violet vapor and the 5-colored divine stone appeared in his hand. Today, Ziwei will inherit the celestial emperor's position. I dare not disappoint Yi Tindi. I will refine stones to mend the blue sky and return the 3 realms to a bright universe. Chapter 960. Go. Celestial Emperor Ziwei rose into the air, and a series of heavenly flames appeared in his hand. The 5-colored divine stone was placed in the center of the heavenly flames, and the dazzling 5-colored light filled the sky as a burst of extremely divine energy surged forth. The 5-colored divine stone was the ultimate treasure of heaven and earth. Only this item could mend the broken sky. Ziwei Tiandi sat cross-legged in the sky. He needed his own heavenly fire to refine the five-colored divine stone to mend the sky. A streak of primordial purple chi floated above Ziwei Tiandi's head, and it was pouring out mysterious purple light. It also made Ziwei Tiandi look majestic and dignified. This was the image of becoming a saint, and it was also the path that one had to go through to become a saint. Back then, Niwa refined the stone to mend the sky and fused it with the primordial purple chi to become a heavenly saint. Today, Emperor Ziwei reappeared and was finally going to replace Niwa as the new heavenly saint. Heaven and earth were solemn, and all living things were silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ziwei Tiandi, because they were about to witness the birth of a new saint. Ziwei becoming a saint is unfair. Celestial Emperor, please retract your order. Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice rang out in the solemn atmosphere. It was also the voice that caused the surroundings to fall deathly silent. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice in shock. Who was it? Who was tired of living? He actually dared to object at such a time. This was simply losing face for Yi Xian, and even going against Yi Xian's will. Could it be that this person had lived long enough? It's him. Elderly lord. Are you crazy? When everyone saw the person who spoke out, they saw the Nether River Patriarch, Dong Huang Tai, and the others scolding him. Their faces were filled with shock and doubt. I'm not crazy. I'm just not convinced that Ziwei became a saint and took the position of heavenly saint for free. Taishan Laojun, dressed in a purple-gold bagua robe, strode towards the heavenly platform. There was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he bowed towards Yi Xian. Heavenly Emperor, please enlighten me. This old man would like to ask you, Heavenly Emperor, how did Ziwei obtain the position of heavenly sage? Taishan Laojun asked coldly. Taishan Laojun actually dared to make things difficult for Yi Xian at this moment. This was simply unimaginable, and it had even become the biggest laughing stock of the Celestial Court. The people of the 33rd Celestial Court looked at each other in shock. The quasi-sages of various orthodoxies looked on coldly as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Clearly, Taishan Laojun dared to stop Ziwei from becoming a saint at this moment. At this moment, Luoho's eyes were slightly closed as if he was resting. However, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It was obvious that his heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic tapping sound was heard. Yi Xian's 5 fingers were tapping on the cloud table in front of him. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he looked at Taishan Laojun. Are you doubting my decision? Yi Xian really did not expect Taishan Laojun to oppose Ziwei when she was about to become a saint. This triggered his murderous intent. However, this emotion disappeared in a flash. This was because Yi Xian knew Taishan Laojun too well. Taishan Laojun possessed the memories of Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu. Ever since Yi Xian used the heaven-destroying halberd to sever his connection with Lao Tzu, Taishan Laojun became an independent individual. However, Yi Xian also knew that Taishan Laojun also possessed the memories of Lao Tzu. It could be said that he was extremely ambitious. How could he be satisfied with just becoming a pre-saint? When Taishan Laojun was willing to join the Celestial Court, it was only in exchange of benefits. There was not much loyalty to speak of. However, Yi Xian also knew that although Taishan Laojun was not satisfied, he would not dare to oppose Yi Xian. Since he dared to oppose Yi Xian today, there must be someone backing him up. Furthermore, this person must have promised him a condition that he could not refuse. Yi Xian did not need to guess too much. This person was most likely Luoho. This was because the reason was very simple. Looking at the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, only a few heavenly sages could compete with him. The only ones who could suppress him were Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu. Naturally, Tong Tian and Yi Xian were not on good terms. As for the 2 sages of the West and Yuanshi Tianzuan, their cultivations were on par with Yi Xian's. Taishan Laojun was not stupid enough to submit to them. As for Dao Tianzun and Lao Tzu, it was even more impossible. After eliminating these people, there was only one person left. This person was the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. There was absolutely no other person. Luo Ho was a person who was extremely scheming. He was also an expert at bewitching people. This could be seen from how he was able to play Niuhua in the palm of his hand. Yi Xian was also such a person. He could be said to be extremely similar to Luo Ho. They were both ruthless people who would do anything to achieve their goals. They were both people who wanted to control everything in their own hands. Yi Xian instantly calmed down. Since Luo Ho had already made his move and even bewitched Taishan Laojun to come out and question him, he could only accept the move and see who was better. Some people might ask why there was so much trouble. Since Taishan Laojun had come out to oppose, Yi Xian could have just killed him directly. Why did he have to think so much? However, don't forget that Taishan Laojun did not betray Yi Xian. He only came out to oppose Ziwei becoming a saint. Moreover, he had reason and evidence, and he represented the thoughts of many people in the celestial court. Just as Taishan Laojun said, what merit did Ziwei have to become a saint? In terms of merit, which person in the celestial court did not have more merit than Ziwei? In terms of seniority, which sage to be in the celestial court did not have more seniority than Ziwei? In terms of cultivation, Ziwei was only a daoyuo back then. It was Yi Xian's help that she was able to step into the sage to be. The celestial court found it difficult to accept Ziwei becoming a saint. However, Yi Xian's power was too strong and had always been suppressed. Therefore, no one dared to have any objections. Now that Taishan Laojun jumped out to oppose, it also represented that many people in the celestial court did not accept Ziwei becoming a saint. If Yi Xian domineeringly and unreasonably killed Taishan Laojun, it would only chill the hearts of the people in the celestial court. Yi Xian would not do such a stupid thing. And if Yi Xian really did so, he would fall into Luo Ho's trap. It would also cause the hearts of the people in the celestial court to waver. This vicious trap could be said to be an open conspiracy. Yi Xian simply could not avoid it. Celestial Emperor, although Ziwei did you a favor in the past, you have already passed him the position of Celestial Emperor. However, becoming a saint is not a trivial matter. It is related to the future of the celestial court. Ziwei is not qualified to become a saint. Celestial Emperor, please retract your order. Taishan Laojun said righteously and said what some people were thinking. Yes, Taishan Laojun is right. We also find it difficult to accept. Celestial Emperor, please retract your order. Suddenly, Wuxian walked out with a group of demons. When he was trapped in the Jiuyo Tower of Spirit Mountain, it was Yi Xian who rescued them and allowed them to see the light of day again. However, Wuxian and the other demons had already been implanted with the blood-soul thread by Yi Xian. Their lives were in the hands of Yi Xian. Who would have thought that they would dare to oppose? Things were getting weirder and weirder. The oppressive atmosphere was growing. When this scene appeared, the entire 33rd Celestial Court began to change. Not bad, you all did well. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. There was no anger on his face. Since this was Luo Ho's open conspiracy, if he were to kill in a rage, wouldn't he have fallen into Luo Ho's trap? This was not Yi Xian's character. Is there anyone else who opposes Ziwei becoming a saint? Yi Xian asked calmly. Chapter 961. Those who knew Yi Xian knew that if Yi Xian suddenly killed someone, it meant that Yi Xian was not angry. However, if he suddenly appeared calm or smiled, it meant that he was ready to kill. Fatso Huang, Gu Beichen, Kong Xian, Empyrean Fairy, Sky-Swallowing Toad and Rock Demon had followed Yi Xian for a long time. They all knew Yi Xian's temperament. Dong Huang Tai, Ancestor Mingi and the others had only followed Yi Xian for a short period of time. Naturally, they did not know Yi Xian's temperament. When Yi Xian looked around at the members of the Celestial Court and asked such a question, many people thought that Yi Xian intended to withdraw his order. Celestial Emperor, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for Ziwei to convince the masses. Why don't we discuss this later? Emperor Jun hesitated and probed. Ziwei is still inexperienced. Celestial Emperor, please reconsider. Ancestor Mingi spoke at the right time. As the saying goes, with Taishan Laojun taking the lead, there was a huge chain effect. For a moment, all kinds of pleading voices were heard. There was no lack of sage-to-be among these people. There were also many like Daoyuo Jingxian. They all bowed and reported to Yi Xian, hoping that the candidate to become a saint would be reconsidered. Celestial Emperor, Ziwei is unworthy of becoming a saint. Please withdraw your order. Ziwei Tiandi put away the 5-colored holy stone and returned with the Hongmeng immortal vapor. He respectfully presented the 2 treasures to Yi Xian, his face flushed red. At this moment, even Ziwei had refused. Obviously, he knew that it was difficult for him to convince the masses. However, no one saw that Kong Xian, Fatso Huang and the others were anxious. Some of them wanted to stop him, but they were met with Yi Xian's sharp warning gaze. Alright, brother Ziwei, you may leave for now. Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. He took the 5-colored divine stone and Hongmeng immortal qi and placed the 2 treasures on the table. Then, he looked around at the crowd and said, since Ziwei is not the most suitable candidate to become a saint today, everyone, please tell us who is the most suitable candidate to become a saint. If this person can convince the crowd, he will be the new heavenly path saint. Whoosh! The sudden surprise caused an uproar in the Celestial Court. The entire Celestial Court suddenly became noisy. Many people thought that Yi Xian had changed his mind and was preparing to appoint a new saint. The opportunity to become a saint was placed in front of everyone. Naturally, it caused a great deal of discussion. Does anyone have a suitable candidate? Yi Xian asked gently. He gave people a feeling of broad-mindedness and showed the fairness of the Celestial Emperor. However, Yi Xian's attitude caused Luo Ho, who was beside him, to slightly narrow his eyes. The corners of his eyes were slightly surprised as he swept his gaze over Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian gave him an extremely strange feeling. This feeling was indescribable. Luo Ho had an indescribable feeling. It was as if something had gone wrong, but he could not find the reason. Everything that happened in the Celestial Court today could be said to be within Luo Ho's calculations. Nuwa's attack on the Celestial Court was his method. He wanted to test Yi Xian's cultivation. Yi Xian really made him look at him with new eyes. With just a glance, he could see that Nuwa was only strong in appearance. Moreover, Yi Xian was not defeated by Nuwa. Now, Taishan Laojun was taking the lead to oppose Yi Xian. This was also his second method. He wanted to divide the people in the Celestial Court and test Yi Xian's scheming and methods. A person's cultivation was indeed important. However, in the same situation, one's scheming and methods were still important. This was what Luo Ho valued. If Yi Xian could not handle this situation well, Yi Xian would not be qualified to be his opponent. However, Yi Xian was now amiable and did not show any anger. This made Luo Ho feel a little uneasy. He faintly felt that he had miscalculated something. Just as Luo Ho was pondering, the people in the Celestial Court were discussing animatedly. In particular, some of the sage-to-be present had a fiery look in their eyes. Obviously, the person who was going to become a saint again had to be chosen from the sage-to-be. Celestial Emperor, please enlighten me. I have a suitable candidate. Suddenly, Ancestor Netherworld stepped out from the crowd and bowed to Yi Xian. Tell me. Yi Xian smiled. This man is old Ancestor Nether River. He was ordered by the Heavenly Emperor to unify the underworld. It can be said that he has made great contributions. Moreover, in terms of seniority, Nether River is also a respected figure. If he can become a saint, he will definitely make the heavenly court prosper. Old Ancestor Nether River explained tirelessly. What he said was reasonable. Celestial Emperor, please appoint Ancestor Mingi as the heavenly sage. The 10 Yama kings of the Nether world bowed and the ghost immortals of the Nether world hurriedly echoed. What a joke! How can Mingi be qualified to become a saint? Suddenly, a cold rebuttal was heard. Emperor Jun strode out and bowed to Yi Xian, Celestial Emperor, please enlighten me. My elder brother, Donghuang Tai, led hundreds of millions of demons to help Celestial Emperor to unify the 3 realms. He even made hundreds of millions of demons under the command of the Celestial Court. If you want to become a saint, of course my elder brother is Donghuang Tai. Emperor Jun, you are boasting shamelessly. How dare you look down on me? Nether River Patriarch had been smiling, but Emperor Jun suddenly stood out to oppose him. His smile instantly disappeared, and he flew into a rage. Ancestor Mingi and Emperor Jun had no grudges against each other. Instead, they had a little friendship. However, in front of the opportunity to become a saint, they completely fell out and would never give in. Ridiculous. One is from the Nether world, and the other is from the demon tribe. How can they become the new heavenly sage? At this time, Wuxian stepped out and bowed to Yi Xian, Celestial Emperor, please enlighten me. Not only has Taishang Laojun refined elixirs for the Celestial Court for many years, but he has also guarded the Celestial Court alone. He has made great contributions. If he becomes a saint, he can only be Taishang Laojun. Nonsense. How can an old alchemist become a saint? Kuanpeng scolded bluntly, showing no mercy at all. Kuanpeng, how dare you insult me? Taishang Laojun's face turned red and he shouted at Kuanpeng. Insult you? What a joke. If an old alchemist like you can become a saint, then I, Kuanpeng, would also dare to recommend myself to the Heavenly Emperor. My contribution is no less than yours. Kuanpeng sneered. For a moment, the whole Celestial Court was in chaos. A strong smell of gunpowder broke out. A large number of people stood out to recommend their candidate to become a saint, which made the whole Celestial Court extremely noisy. An opportunity to become a saint had completely divided the Celestial Court and made people hostile to each other. This was also the means that Luoho had demonstrated. It had to be said that Luoho had only used a little trick to create great trouble for Yi Xian. At this moment, the Celestial Court was so noisy, which was simply something that had never happened before. Silence, you are too presumptuous. Suddenly, Fatso Huang's face turned pale. He had followed Yi Xian for the longest time and knew Yi Xian's temperament the best. He was afraid that Yi Xian was like a volcano that was about to erupt. If they were allowed to make trouble, he was afraid that something extremely bad would happen next. Fatso Huang's voice was so loud that it instantly suppressed the noise. This also woke up the Celestial Court and they hurriedly bowed to Yi Xian to apologize. Chapter 962. All of you have your own opinions and all of you have candidates to become saints in your hearts. Who should this emperor listen to? Yi Xian had a smile on his face. He didn't show the slightest bit of anger as he looked around at the people of the heavenly court. This. For a moment, everyone was silent. As Yi Xian said, their opinions did not agree at all. There would be no result even if they continued to argue. Sticks. Yes, your majesty. When Yi Xian looked at Nether River Patriarch, the latter hurriedly bowed and answered. You were an overlord of the Nether Blood Sea. I let you take charge of the Nether world and sent many sage to be Daoyuo to help you unify the Nether world. I even lent you the Hongmeng Immortal Chi in the past, but you did not find the opportunity to become a saint. Am I right? Yi Xian said calmly. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Nether River Patriarch's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly answered, "You are right, Your Majesty. I will never forget your kindness." "Good." Yi Xian nodded indifferently, then looked at Emperor Jun and said, "Emperor Jun, your demon race was abandoned by Nuwa in the heaven-patching grand banquet. Millions of demon race were oppressed by the Wu tribe. Your brother Donghuang Tai's Bell of Chaos was taken by Hutu. Who saved your brother's life and helped him take back the Bell of Chaos? And who promised to protect your demon race forever?" Emperor Jun's face was pale. He hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, "The demon race can be prosperous today because of your kindness. My brother and I will never forget your kindness." "Good." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked at Taishan Lao Jun and said, "Lao Jun, you were the good corpse of Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu. Who helped you sever your connection with Lao Tzu and become an independent individual?" "This." Taishan Lao Jun trembled. He hurriedly bowed and said, "It was your help that made me who I am today." Silence, silence, a deathly silence. Yi Xian called out the names of these quasi-sages one by one, recounting the events of the past one by one. This made the people who were called out break out in cold sweat. Their faces revealed a look of shame. "In that case, I, Yi Xian, am indebted to all of you. That's why I was able to establish the massive 33 layers of the Celestial Court. In other words, I, Yi Xian, do not owe you anything." Yi Xian was still smiling. "We will never dare to forget the Heavenly Emperor's kindness." Everyone in the Celestial Court knelt down and kowtowed. Their voices rumbled like a tsunami. Bang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The cloud table in front of Yi Xian was smashed to smithereens. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a gloomy and chilling expression. "Since this emperor does not owe you anything and has instead given you a great favor, yet you dare to question this emperor's decision today, can this emperor assume that all of you have the intention to rebel?" Hiss. Gasps could be heard constantly. When Yi Xian finished speaking, everyone present was as silent as cicadas in winter. They even knelt on the ground, not daring to stand up. "How dare you question this emperor's decision? Or are you saying that your wings have hardened and you no longer take this emperor seriously?" Yi Xian glared angrily. Waves of terrifying aura burst forth. Even the heavens and earth rumbled and shook. The winds and clouds changed color, and the world in all directions trembled violently. When the Heavenly Emperor was angry, the heavens and earth would be turned upside down. This was not just a saying. This also instantly awakened everyone in the Celestial Court from their greed. Only then did they realize that Yi Xian was extremely furious. A mere saint's position actually caused all of you to split up. "You've really disappointed this emperor," Yi Xian said hoarsely. Strands of black lightning circled around his body. His soaring killing intent made everyone's hearts tremble. As a leader, one must know how to control and centralize power in one's own hands. Just now, Yi Xian questioned everyone present one by one. He first talked about the favors he had done to these people in the past. This was a sweet date to let them know that he did not owe them, but rather they owed him. Now, Yi Xian's furious questioning was like an iron rod to wake everyone up. This was the so-called combination of kindness and severity. This was also the way of control for a superior. At this moment, everyone in the Celestial Court felt ashamed. They all came to their senses. How could they dare to not accept this? Moreover, they realized that the 33rd Celestial Court was only so large under the leadership of Yi Xian. The opportunity to become a saint was something that belonged to Yi Xian alone, not everyone. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian could give the opportunity to become a saint to whomever he wanted. It was not up to them to point fingers at him. Of course, Yi Xian was just putting on an act. He was not really angry. He could not personally kill these subordinates who followed him. After all, this was just Luo Ho's plan to divide the celestial court. Although everyone in the celestial court was ashamed and in awe of Yi Xian's power, they still needed Yi Xian to divert the disaster. What was diverting the disaster? It was to point the spearhead at someone else. Only then could the celestial court unite. Yi Xian had already chosen this person. Legend has it that the demon ancestor Luo Ho had 3 disciples. His first disciple was called Shura Tian, his second disciple was called Imo Luo Tian, and his third disciple was called Sen Luo Tian. Unfortunately, Shura Tian and Imo Luo Tian died in the Great Tribulation of the Dragon Han era. Only his youngest disciple disappeared without a trace. Am I right, Sen Luo Tian? Yi Xian looked coldly at Wu Tian. His voice was hoarse and low, and a cruel look flashed across his eyes. Celestial. Celestial Emperor. What are you talking about? I really don't understand. Wu Tian's expression changed greatly. At this moment, his body and mind were trembling. The panicked expression on his face had already betrayed his inner thoughts. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Yi Xian said hoarsely. He turned back to look at Luo Ho, only to see that Luo Ho's expression was cold and no longer as gentle as before. He was also staring at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression. Back then, when I saved you from the Joyo Tower on Spirit Mountain, I told you that if you dared to rebel, then your soul would scatter and you would die. Today is the day I fulfilled my promise. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile as he looked at Luo Ho, but his delicious words were spoken to Wu Tian. Back then, Yi Xian discovered that Wu Tian's cultivation was all demonic techniques. His demonic techniques were extremely pure. Although Wu Tian tried to hide it, how could he escape Yi Xian's eyes? At that time, Yi Xian guessed that Wu Tian and Luo Ho had a close relationship, but it was never confirmed. However, when Gu Beichen told him about Luo Ho, it naturally led him to investigate Wu Tian's identity. Sure enough, at today's coronation ceremony, Wu Tian stood up. This also indirectly confirmed Wu Tian's true identity as the demon ancestor's disciple. Celestial. Celestial Emperor, please forgive me. I was bewitched by Luo Ho. I never thought of betraying the Celestial Emperor. I was completely instigated by Wu Tian. Old Lord Taishang's face was pale. He hurriedly knelt down and apologized to Yi Xian. Such a scene suddenly woke up everyone in the celestial court. They also suddenly understood everything. It turned out that the instigator of all this was Luo Ho and his disciples' mischief. They almost caused internal strife. You can go die now. Yi Xian said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, the space exploded. The black thunderbolt suddenly poured down on Wu Tian. It was obvious that it wanted to destroy his soul. Master, save me. Between life and death, there was great terror. Wu Tian mournfully begged Luo Ho for help. However, Luo Ho's eyes narrowed slightly. As his palms and fingers flipped, Wu Tian was instantly sucked in front of him. Yi Dao Yu, it was just a joke. Why would you lower yourself to my disciple's level? Luo Ho smiled slightly. The chaotic demonic light surrounded Wu Tian directly behind him. Chapter 963. Who was Luo Ho? He was known as the demon ancestor and one of the chaos demon gods. If he allowed Yi Xian to personally kill Wu Tian in front of him, he would lose all face. If I want to kill someone, no one can survive. Even you, Luo Ho, can't protect me. Yi Xian whispered hoarsely. He didn't move, but a bloody light flashed across his eyes. However, what happened next made Luo Ho's expression change. He looked at Yi Xian with a cold gaze. Bang! Ah! With a loud sound, the blood-soul thread that had been planted on Wu Tian's body was activated. Wu Tian's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even his own soul was not left behind. Silence, silence, extreme silence. Luo Ho was expressionless. Only wisps of demonic light rippled out. He looked coldly at Yi Xian. His 10 fingers were slightly clenched, and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Everyone could feel that a great battle between Luo Ho and Yi Xian was about to break out. The members of the celestial court glared at Luo Ho. Wisps of terrifying murderous intent filled the air, faintly surrounding Luo Ho. Ha! Suddenly, the coldness on Luo Ho's face disappeared. He once again recovered his smile. Where was the slightest anger and murderous intent? He's just a mere disciple. If fellow Taoist Yi wants to kill him, then so be it. Even if fellow Taoist Yi doesn't kill him today, this ancestor will still make him die without a burial ground, Luo Ho said bitterly. Vicious, ruthless, and extremely shrewd. These words fully explained Luo Ho's character. His own disciple being killed by Yi Xian did not arouse his anger. On the contrary, he was talking to Yi Xian with a smile. Just based on this point alone, the members of the celestial court looked at each other in astonishment. Everyone thought that Luo Ho would fly into a rage. It must be known that Yi Xian killing his disciple was a slap to his face. If he endured it, it would be a great humiliation. However, no one had expected that Luo Ho actually didn't flare up and had instead restrained himself. This simply caused everyone to be surprised and bewildered, and they were completely unable to figure out what Luo Ho intended to do. Not only were the members of the celestial court bewildered, but Yi Xian also frowned. He didn't think that Luo Ho would be so patient. Even at this moment, he was still so calm. Logically speaking, Luo Ho was known as the ancestor of all demons. All the demon cultivators in this world respected him. He was also one of the chaos demon gods. Whether it was status or cultivation, he was not inferior to Yi Xian in the slightest. The other party had no reason to endure him. However, Luo Ho endured it and even lowered his posture. He didn't care about his face at all. His approach made Yi Xian feel as if he had punched the air. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian wanted to tear apart this window paper. It was simpler than anything else to directly attack. He could also test the difference in cultivation between him and Luo Ho. Humph, I thought that the demon ancestor was so great. It turns out that he's also afraid of the celestial court's power. Sigh, you're wrong. Now that the celestial court is established, even the saints don't dare to provoke them. This demon ancestor naturally doesn't want to make an enemy of Yi Tiandi. He's just a person who doesn't live up to his reputation. It seems that no one in this world can keep Yi Tiandi in check. The 8 orthodoxies and quasi-sages were all whispering to each other. Although they tried to keep their voices low, everyone present was not weak. Naturally, they all heard what they were saying. On the other hand, Luo Ho's expression did not change even though these people were secretly mocking him. He was still smiling at Yi Xian. What a terrifying person. Yi Xian's expression was calm, but he warned himself in his heart that the demon ancestor in front of him was not the greatest enemy he had encountered in the past. This kind of person did not even care about his face. This was what made him truly terrifying. Throughout the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, those who became saints and became ancestors cared about their face the most. There was no exception. Even Yi Xian was in this category. However, Luo Ho was different. As the demon ancestor, he did not care about these things at all. This kind of person was capable of doing anything. Scheming, ruthless, and merciless. Luo Ho possessed all the terrifying and unstable elements. He could not be taken lightly. Yi Dao Yu, don't be angry. This Wu Tian is indeed my disciple, Sen Luo Tian. However, he betrayed his master long ago. Today's matter has nothing to do with me. Luo Ho sighed. Ha! Yi Xian laughed loudly and said, it seems that I have misunderstood fellow Taoist. Come, come. Fellow Daoist, please take a seat. Yi Xian cordially pulled Luo Ho to take a seat again. He did not mention anything about what happened just now. This allowed Luo Ho to sit side by side with Yi Xian again. The smile on his face became even more brilliant. Yi Xian looked around at the members of the Celestial Court and pretended to reprimand them. Why are you still not putting away your weapons? Do you want fellow Daoist Luo Ho to see my Celestial Court as a joke? Following Yi Xian's words, the members of the Celestial Court hurriedly put away their spirit weapons and returned to their seats. Taishan Laojuan's face was pale. He knew that now was not the time to confess to Yi Xian. He could only return to his seat and ponder about how to explain to Yi Xian after this event. Yi Daoyu, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Luo Ho said. Oh. Fellow Daoist, and I feel like old friends at our first meeting. There's no harm in saying anything. Yi Xian said gently. I see that Ziwei is simple and honest. Now that he's also a sage-to-be, it's best for him to become the new heavenly saint. However, I'm an outsider after all. I can only express my own opinion. Luo Ho said sincerely. Celestial Emperor, it was disrespectful of me to question your decision just now. Now that I think about it, Ziwei Tiandi is the most suitable candidate to become the new heavenly saint. Taishan Laojun tried to interrupt, hoping to redeem his mistake. We're also willing to honor Ziwei Tiandi as the new saint. Ancestor Nether River and the others quickly stepped out and spoke to Yi Xian. Apparently, they had finally realized that it was impossible for them, sage-to-be, to become a saint. Moreover, Ziwei was the candidate personally appointed by Yi Xian. If they still persisted in going about things the wrong way, they would be truly stupid. For a moment, everyone in the Celestial Court stood up and spoke. Yi Xian was very calm. He looked directly at Ziwei, who was standing beside him, and said, Brother, you've seen it. Now that you have everyone's support, quickly go and become a saint. This. Ziwei Tiandi was slightly hesitant. However, before he could speak, a gentle force pushed him up into the sky. This also woke Ziwei up instantly. He sighed softly in his heart. Rumble. The five-colored sacred stone rippled out again. Hongmeng purple chi floated above Ziwei's head. The scene of refining stones to mend the blue sky in the past reappeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Xian sat upright on the heavenly platform. He looked up at the five-colored sacred stone in the sky. It was as if he could see the face of Sun Wukong. A bleak smile appeared on his face. Brother, although I didn't use the five-colored sacred stone to become a saint, I'll never forget what you've done for me. When I reverse the long river of time, I'll definitely go back to the past to prevent this tragedy from happening. Chapter 964. Yi Xian swore in his heart. He could not help but recall bits and pieces of Sun Wukong, completely immersed in his own thoughts. Time passed little by little. The five-colored divine stone gradually melted until it turned into a radiance that blotted out the sky and appeared in the firmament. This was a heaven-mending merit, as well as an opportunity to become a saint. Everyone was watching the birth of a new heavenly saint. Go! Ziwei roared majestically in the void above the firmament. The radiance that blotted out the sky rippled out from his hand, covering the broken firmament for hundreds of millions of miles and gradually repairing it. Rumble. The heavenly merit was vast and boundless. When Ziwei repaired the firmament, endless golden light of merit was born out of thin air from all directions, instantly surging toward Ziwei. Buzz. The primordial violet chi swayed and fused into Ziwei's head in front of everyone's eyes. He also burst out with endless holy light in an instant, and waves of terrifying heavenly divine might permeated the air. At the same time, the boundless golden light of merit filled the sky and earth. The members of the celestial court sat down cross-legged to cultivate and absorb the scattered power of merit. The various orthodoxies and quasi-saints were not willing to be left behind, and all of Mount Buzhou fell into silence. This was heaven-mending merit, an extremely nourishing item. Not only did it significantly increase one's cultivation, but it could also enhance one's understanding of the heavenly Tao. On the heavenly platform, Yi Xian and Luo Ho sat side by side. Only the two of them did not absorb the power of merit. Luo Ho even took a sip of the wine in his cup, but when he opened and closed his eyes, there was only contempt and disdain. Although the heavenly merit can increase one's cultivation, it's shackled by this world. Who would understand such a stupid thing to gain small benefits and lose the great Tao? Luo Ho said disdainfully. All things are born to nurture humans, but humans have nothing to repay the heavens. Since all living beings are born from heaven and earth, they naturally have to submit to the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian said calmly. He. Luo Ho smiled faintly as he looked at Yi Xian and said, fellow Taoist is right. However, you and I are not included in this list. We can completely transcend the heavens and earth and obtain great freedom until we become the saint of saints. Oh. Yi Xian smiled. He looked at Luo Ho and said, freedom can be obtained, but freedom is hard to find. The cage of the heavenly Tao is not so easy to break free from. I still need to ask fellow Taoist for advice on this. The so-called heavenly Tao dragon prison is nothing more than the laws of this world. The laws of the heavenly Tao restrict us. If we want to break the laws, we need to possess strength that surpasses the laws. Luo Ho smiled. Then I wonder if you have the strength to break the rules. Yi Xian chuckled. Perhaps not in the past, but now it is. Wine. As Luo Ho spoke, a boundless aura of the mortal world circulated around him. Although this aura was extremely weak, it truly existed on Luo Ho's body. When he felt the aura on Luo Ho's body, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes as he looked at Luo Ho. This is the boundless mortal world technique. Yi Xian said word by word. Fellow Taoist has good eyesight. Luo Ho withdrew his aura and regained his calm. He said, when the boundless mortal world technique is cultivated to the extreme, it can produce the power of karma. Fellow Taoist, on the other hand, is walking the path of strength, which can produce the legendary power of nirvanic destruction. These two powers surpass the laws of heaven and earth and can completely break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Looking at the bright smile on Luo Ho's face, Yi Xian regained his composure. He said, but as far as I know, Dao Zhu Hong Jun integrated with the Tao. The heavenly way is him, and he is the heavenly way. I'm afraid that before you and I can cultivate these two powers, he will kill us, right? So, one of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way is Hong Jun, and I'm afraid that my 9 tribulations of the mortal world technique will also encounter him. Today, I met fellow Taoist just to form good karma with you. Only if you and I join hands can we overcome this tribulation. Luo Ho sighed. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Suddenly, Yi Xian's smile disappeared. He looked at Luo Ho coldly and said, do you think that what you did from Nuwa to Wuxian can really form good karma with me? The thin layer of window paper was pierced through by Yi Xian. Since the two of them had already spoken to this point, it was useless to continue feigning civility. Yi Xian, you are still too young, and you care too much about trivial matters. Whether it is Nuwa or my disciple Sun Luo Tian, they are just chess pieces in our hands. On the road to becoming a saint, they are just bones under our feet. It is not enough for us to be hostile to each other. Luo Ho spoke frankly with assurance, and then pointed to Gu Beichen who was cultivating. He said, when you sent him to my devil world, I discovered his identity immediately, but so what? I accepted him as my disciple, and even taught him all my devil skills, and even gave him the 8 changes of the devil's sky. Do you really think that I valued his cultivation aptitude? As for the so-called Nuwa and Wuxian, I was just testing you to see if you are qualified to join forces with me. Do you still not understand? Luo Ho spoke proudly, without any trace of humility. Instead, he looked around at everyone and said, Yi Xian, you and I are the same. We only care about ourselves. Others are just ants in our eyes. Only when you and I join forces can we break free from the world. You should understand this principle. Stirring people's hearts and speaking with certainty, Luo Ho's demeanor was too dazzling. Just his words alone made Yi Xian's eyes dazed. The devil ancestor was the devil ancestor after all. His words were straightforward and powerful, and they really shook Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian's dazed expression, and a trace of undetectable joy flashed across his eyes. He wanted to continue speaking, but Yi Xian regained his calm and looked at him indifferently. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Xian clapped slightly, and the rhythmic sound made Luo Ho frown slightly, and he looked at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes. Powerful and impassioned. The devil ancestor is indeed the devil ancestor. I, Yi Xian, am not as good as you in the ability to bewitch people. Yi Xian praised. Yi Xian, you. Luo Ho's expression changed slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. To be honest, what you said is indeed correct, and there is no flaw. But you forgot one thing, an extremely important thing. Yi Xian said indifferently, and continued, you forgot that you and I are the same kind of people. Although you hide it very deeply, I can see something called ambition in your eyes. Your eyes tell me that you have great ambition. You are a selfish, sinister, and ruthless person. The so-called alliance is just a beautiful excuse. You want to get something from me. That is your real goal, isn't it? Yi Xian sipped the wine in his cup and looked at Luo Ho calmly. Chapter 965. You're right. Nuwa and Wuxian are just pawns that you use to test me. However, you've forgotten an extremely important point. I, Yi Xian, am not someone who can be manipulated by you. I don't think you're qualified to cooperate with me. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, leaving no room for negotiation. He realized that he was inferior to the demon ancestor when it came to bewitching people. If he really cooperated with Luo Ho, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Yi Xian had great self-awareness. He was originally a very scheming person. He naturally had great defenses against people like Luo Ho. Moreover, although the other party's words seemed sincere, they contained great ambition and purpose. Yi Xian, are you really refusing to cooperate with me? Luo Ho said with a cold expression. Yi Xian smiled playfully. He poured himself another cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he looked at Luo Ho. Of course I can cooperate, but you have to show some sincerity. If it's just based on your empty words, wouldn't it be a big joke? Weighing the pros and cons, Luo Ho was a double-edged sword. If used well, he would be invincible. If used poorly, he would hurt himself. Of course, Luo Ho was a tiger, but Yi Xian was no lamb. He was also a fierce tiger. However, Yi Xian understood a principle. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The two of them seemed to be harmonious now, but they were both afraid of each other and wanted to use each other. What kind of sincerity do you want from me? Luo Ho said indifferently. The sincerity I want is very simple. I only want you to teach me the boundless secular world technique, Yi Xian said with a slight smile. You. Luo Ho's expression changed instantly, and anger appeared on his face. It seems that you're very afraid of me. You actually want to steal my boundless secular world technique. Luo Ho said with a cold smile. He. Yi Xian smiled. He looked at Luo Ho with a playful expression and said, since when did you not want to seize my immortal scripture? Am I right, evil ancestor Luoho? Haha. Luoho was startled at first, then he laughed wildly and said, Yi Xian, you're really something. I appreciate you more and more now. Why don't we get straight to the point? Both of them were scheming and unpredictable. Their words concealed their sharpness. At this moment, Yi Xian had exposed Luoho's thoughts. This made Luoho realize that continuing to bewitch Yi Xian with words was of no use. I want your boundless secular world technique, and I'll use the immortal scripture in exchange for it, Yi Xian said bluntly, looking at Luoho with an indifferent expression. An equivalent exchange. That's great. It's exactly what I want. Luoho was not a person who talked nonsense. He immediately agreed to Yi Xian, but his eyes flickered slightly. Obviously, this matter was not so simple. Okay, it's a deal. Yi Xian nodded slowly. The confrontation of words ended in silence. The next thing was very simple. They just had to wait for Ziwei to become a saint, and then the two of them would privately exchange the technique. Rumble. Golden rain fell from the sky, and sweet spring water gushed from the ground. The heavenly path's holy aura spread throughout the three realms. The bright heavenly path's holy light bloomed around Ziwei's body, and the shattered sky was repaired at this moment. Ziwei had become a saint. Covered by the heavenly path's holy light and supported by the heavenly path's power, Ziwei stood proudly in the sky. His eyes were slightly closed, and he carefully sensed the changes in his body. However, with him as the center, an extremely terrifying saint's aura spread, causing people to feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Greetings, Saint Ziwei. Everywhere in the world, people bowed and paid their respects. When Ziwei became a saint, everything was set, and no one could change this result. From now on, he would be the second person in the celestial court. No, not the second person. It should be said that from now on, Ziwei would be in charge of the entire celestial court and even the three realms, truly becoming the master of the three realms. Yi Xian would also be free of the many trivial matters that the celestial court brought to him, and could finally wholeheartedly advance towards the saint of all saints. Ziwei refined stones to mend the blue sky, and became a heavenly path saint. This was a matter worthy of celebration for the celestial court, and it also let the orthodoxies and quasi-saints know that the celestial court was now the dominant power, and from now on, no one could keep it in check. A worthy younger brother. Ziwei stepped on the air, and the heavenly path saint light rumbled and rose. Although he was now a saint, his attitude towards Yi Xian did not change in the slightest, and was still as cordial as before. Congratulations on becoming a saint, elder brother. From now on, you will be the ruler of the three realms, Yi Xian said with a smile. A worthy younger brother, I have a presumptuous request. Ziwei said with a solemn expression. Elder brother, feel free to ask, Yi Xian said. Although I have become a saint today, I hope to ask Luoho for advice. I wonder if Taoist Luoho would be willing to grant my request. Ziwei said solemnly. Looking at the solemn expression on Ziwei's face, Yi Xian seemed to have expected it, and looked at Luoho with a playful smile. What do you think, Taoist Luoho? At this moment. In the face of Ziwei's challenge, Luoho's expression did not change. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian with a slightly unfathomable expression, and then smiled. Since Taoist Ziwei wants to spar with this ancestor, then this ancestor will be disrespectful. Luoho said as he slowly walked away, and Yi Xian gave Ziwei a slight glance. Ziwei immediately understood and sneered, and directly chased after the demon ancestor Luoho. Ziwei's challenge to Luoho was instigated by Yi Xian. Since Luoho used Nuwa to test him, then he naturally had to weigh this Luoho's weight. Yi Xian was very confident in Ziwei. Although Ziwei had just become a saint, he was a heavenly saint, and had the support of the heavenly Tao. There was no danger to his life at all. Even if he was not a match for Luo Ho, Ziwei could still escape unscathed. Yi Xian asked himself. Luo Ho was definitely his greatest enemy. Not only was the other party extremely shrewd, but even the other party's cultivation surpassed his. Yi Xian was well aware of this situation. At this moment, letting Ziwei fight Luo Ho was to see how big the gap between him and Luo Ho was. In the starry sky of the 9 heavens, outside the 33rd layer of heaven, the battle between saints could not be carried out in the 3 realms. This was because the destructive power of saints was too terrifying. It could only be fully displayed outside the 33rd layer of heaven. Rumble. The heavenly Tao's saint aura shattered the starry sky. After Ziwei became a saint, there was already a qualitative change. Just the heavenly Tao's saint aura alone caused the starry sky to tremble. Tongqian's aura penetrated the ground and suppressed the qi in all directions. This was the aura of a heavenly Tao saint. It was because a heavenly Tao saint not only represented himself, but also the entire world. On the other hand, Luo Ho's expression was indifferent. He proudly stood at the other end of the starry sky with his hands behind his back. He turned a blind eye to Ziwei's terrifying aura. It was as if he had never regarded Ziwei as an opponent from the beginning. Purple qi from the east. Ziwei stretched out her hand, and a mighty purple qi came whistling over. It directly transformed into a 10,000 miles heavenly sword and slashed towards Luo Ho. Not bad. You are indeed a heavenly Tao saint. Luo Ho smiled playfully. He stretched out his palm and fingers with a loud bang. There was still no power bursting out from his body. However, the starry sky within 100 million miles was trembling as a sky-covering palm print condensed. Chapter 966. Clang. One palm. With just one palm, the 10,000-mile celestial sword was smashed into pieces. Stars exploded one after another. The vast demonic aura that surged through the long river of heaven and earth raged and rippled in the starry sky, instantly covering the figures of the 2 people. Boom! 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 The outside of the 33rd heaven was in turmoil. No one could clearly see the result of the battle between the 2 people. Only Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky, as if he could see the scene of the battle between the 2 people. Time passed very quickly. In the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the riot outside the 33rd heaven gradually subsided. 2 figures were returning from the sky. The void turned into shadows, and the universe shifted. Ziwei quietly appeared beside Yi Xian. His expression did not change, and there was no difference at all. Luo Ho also returned at this moment. He did not change at all compared to before, and there was always a gentle smile on his face. Taoist Luo Ho, you really live up to your reputation. Ziwei has learned a lot. Ziwei cupped her hands and gestured. Taoist Ziwei is a heavenly sage. If the battle went on for a long time, this ancestor would definitely not be a match for you. Today, you and I fought to a draw because you let me win. Luo Ho smiled. No one knew the outcome of this battle. It seemed to be a draw as the 2 people said. However, only Yi Xian and the 2 of them knew that Ziwei had lost this battle, and it was a complete defeat. One strike, just one strike. Luo Ho's Tong Tian strike directly destroyed Ziwei's physical body. If Ziwei did not have the support of the heavenly Tao and was reborn, he would have died long ago. Yi Xian saw this scene. He was even more surprised by Luo Ho's terrifying cultivation. Although Yi Xian knew that Luo Ho was very strong and should be comparable to the 5 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he did not expect him to be so strong. Ziwei was actually killed by him in one strike. Moreover, Yi Xian knew very well that Luo Ho did it on purpose to show off his invincible cultivation in front of him. He also wanted to give him a great sense of oppression. Luo Ho did very well. He defeated Ziwei in an extremely straightforward manner. This indeed allowed Yi Xian to see how terrifying he was. However, Yi Xian was not afraid of Luo Ho at all. If it was in the past, he might not be a match for Luo Ho. However, he had now crossed the 4 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and had the Nirvana battle armor in hand. Although he could not kill Luo Ho, it was impossible for him to kill him. Yi Xian also discovered a great secret from the battle between Ziwei and Luo Ho. Luo Ho's physical body was extremely terrifying and should not be weaker than his. Ziwei was not a match for him at all in close combat. Today, Ziwei has become a saint. It is the honor of the celestial court that Taoist Luo Ho can attend the ceremony. Why don't we travel together and discuss the Tao together? Yi Xian smiled and invited Luo Ho. I have the same intention. Luo Ho smiled and agreed. Please. Yi Xian made an inviting gesture and headed straight for the Celestial Emperor Palace. Luo Ho followed closely behind and the two disappeared from everyone's sight. After the two left, the coronation ceremony finally came to an end. Ziwei sat on the Celestial Emperor's throne under the congratulations of various orthodoxies and received the worship of everyone from the Celestial Court. However, no one was paying attention to this. Many people were guessing what Yi Xian and Luo Ho were going to do after leaving the Celestial Emperor Palace. The palace had no roof and the sky was filled with stars. Strands of auspicious aura spread throughout the heavenly Emperor Palace, and bright starlight poured down. Yi Xian and Luo Ho sat cross-legged opposite each other, and strands of starlight illuminated the two of them until they were spotless. Boundless secular world technique. Luo Ho looked calm. He flipped his hand and threw a scripture with only a few pages to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also threw a book to Luo Ho. Immortal Scripture General Outline. As the two exchanged scriptures, they flipped through each other's techniques. For a moment, the entire Celestial Emperor Palace fell silent. It was as if the two of them were immersed in each other's scriptures. Good, good, good. What a great method of using strength to prove the Tao. The grand Tao profundities described in the general outline of the undying immortal scripture are extremely profound. No wonder fellow Yi was able to have such accomplishments today. Luo Ho closed the scripture, and words of praise came from his mouth. Boundless secular world, the path of Tongtian. I didn't expect this technique to be so wonderful. Yi Xian closed the scripture and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was feeling something. When he opened his eyes, a long sigh came from his mouth. 9 heavenly tribulations, life and death in each tribulation. My friend, the path of proving one's Tao through strength is extremely difficult. Other than the great god Pangu, only you can cultivate to the 4 heavenly tribulations. Unfortunately, the great god Pangu also died in the 9 heavenly tribulations. I wonder if you have the confidence to surpass Pangu. Luo Ho sighed softly, but his eyes were secretly observing Yi Xian's reaction. 9 heavenly tribulations of the secular world, each tribulation is a mortal world. My friend's boundless secular world technique can be called the profound meaning of the great Tao. It is not inferior to my 9 heavenly tribulations. I am also afraid that my friend will die halfway. Otherwise, I will lose a lifelong friend. Yi Xian whispered in a hoarse voice. The great Tao is simple, and all methods return to one. Then you and I will see who will die prematurely on their own path. Luo Ho paused for a moment, then smiled coldly and continued, Yi Xian, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. The tribulation of Hongjun is inevitable for you and me. He acts on behalf of the heavens and will not tolerate you and me. When the time comes, only you and I can overcome this tribulation. If there is really such a tribulation, I can join forces with you. Yi Xian nodded slowly. All right. Luo Ho was waiting for Yi Xian to say this. He got up and walked towards the outside world, and his voice also fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian, this ancestor has never cared about the so-called three realms. This is just a heaven and earth prison. If you really want to form a good relationship with me, then you and I will be friends and not enemies. Luo Ho had already disappeared, and Yi Xian looked at his departing figure and fell into deep thought. Friends and not enemies. Yi Xian's eyes moved, and the corner of his mouth curved into a strange smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Sir, why did you exchange the Immortal Scripture general outline with him? Suddenly, Fatso Huang walked out from the back of the hall. His face was full of doubt, because he had seen everything that had just happened. Fatso Huang had followed Yi Xian for the longest time, and he clearly knew that the Immortal Scripture general outline was the foundation of Yi Xian's cultivation. Wouldn't this be letting Luo Ho take advantage of it? Do you think what I gave him was real? Yi Xian said indifferently. This. Fatso Huang was startled at first, then his face lit up. He knew that he had worried too much. Although what I gave him was a modified version of the Immortal Scripture, the boundless secular world technique he gave me was also missing the most important content. He and I were suspicious of each other and didn't trust each other. The so-called exchange of scriptures was just a peek at each other's Dharma and Tao. As for how much we could comprehend from this broken scripture, it all depended on our own abilities, Yi Xian said softly. Sir, this Luo Ho is too sinister. Even I tremble when I see him. I'm just afraid that he. Fatso Huang said worriedly. It's fine. It's a good thing to have a great enemy in life. This will spur me to keep moving forward and even trample him under my feet, Yi Xian said with a smile. Yi Xian changed the topic. The smile on his face disappeared, and he looked at Fatso Huang solemnly. How's the matter I asked you to do? Sir, the whereabouts of the Candle Dragon and Di Jiang are a mystery. It can be said that we've searched the entire three realms, but we still haven't found any traces of them. This subordinate is extremely ashamed, Fatso Huang said with a flushed face. Yi Xian was not disappointed when he heard Fatso Huang's report. He said, it's not your fault. The Candle Dragon and Di Jiang's innate ability is the power of space and time. Even a saint would find it extremely difficult to find them. Your failure in this matter is also within my expectations. Chapter 967. Fatso Huang was truly ashamed. He was too ashamed to show his face. He was Yi Xian's right-hand man, and Yi Xian had given him great authority in the celestial court. However, he had no clue about this matter at all. Sir, please give me some more time. I will definitely find Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon, Fatso Huang pleaded in shame. No need. I already have some clues. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and murmured. Sir, do you know where Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon are? Fatso Huang asked in surprise. I don't know, but someone should know. Yi Xian smiled. Auspicious clouds were surging in the void. Luo Ho walked forward briskly, and Gu Beichen followed behind him. The master and disciple did not speak along the way. Gu Beichen did not know where Luo Ho was going either. Suddenly, Luo Ho stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Gu Beichen. Actually, you should return to Yi Xian's side. You have been following me all this time. If I get bored one day, you will be in big trouble. Master, you must be joking. Your disciple has yet to learn all of Master's abilities. The heavenly court is too peaceful and it's not a place that your disciple likes. Your disciple can only learn a lot by following you. Gu Beichen said calmly. Ha ha ha. Luo Hu laughed out loud and said, Boy, you can be considered a vicious and merciless person. Unfortunately, you are too loyal and honest. You are not suitable to pass on my mantle. Since you want to follow me, then so be it. Master, who do you think is qualified to be your disciple? Gu Beichen asked with a smile. There is only one person in this world who is qualified to be my disciple. Luo Ho smiled proudly, and his eyes shone brightly. Who? Gu Beichen asked curiously. Gu Beichen was not boasting, but he was very talented. Otherwise, he would not have become a sage to be in 100,000 years. This was a miracle in the three realms. Even he was not qualified to be Luo Ho's disciple. He was really curious who was qualified. Yi Xian. Only Yi Xian is qualified to be my disciple. Luo Ho smiled and gave an answer that shocked Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen looked at Luo Ho in surprise. Do you think that I am too arrogant? Luo Ho smiled, and his face showed an unprecedented pride. He looked up at the sky and murmured, Gu Beichen, you are still too young. Yi Xian is also too young. Do you know that before the Eldritch world was created, I was already in the chaos? I even saw the great god Pangu create the world. Even Dao ancestor Hongjun saw me as a threat and wanted to kill me. There are too many secrets in this world. Whether it is you or Yi Xian, you are all prisoners of this world. You have never seen the world outside the three realms. Do you think that I value Yi Xian's cultivation? Luo Ho retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at Gu Beichen. A lonely aura surrounded him. What I value is Yi Xian's temperament. Looking at him is like looking at my past self. He is the only one who can pass on my legacy, Luo Ho said softly. Unfortunately, he never believed me in the end, and he was too vigilant against me. But actually, he didn't know that if I wanted to kill him today, then he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Luo Ho muttered in a low voice. Aren't you too arrogant? Hearing Luo Ho's words, Gu Beichen was slightly displeased. He knew that Yi Xian was no longer as weak as before. Although Luo Ho's cultivation was unfathomable, it was impossible for him to kill Yi Xian. Do you think that he is invincible among the saints just because he defeated Nuwa and extracted Nuwa's primordial violet vapor? Luo Ho smiled and said, he was able to defeat Nuwa and fight against the other saints because of his black armor. It's a pity that he can't control it at all. He had to plan for a long time before Nuwa gave him the opportunity. If I were him, I wouldn't have participated in the heaven-mending banquet. I would have quietly gone to Nuwa's palace and killed Nuwa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been attacked by all these saints. Although he succeeded in the end, he took a huge risk. Moreover, I saw his battle with Lao Tzu. He was no match for Lao Tzu. He only used that armor to scare Lao Tzu away. Luo Ho spoke frankly with assurance, as if everything was under his control. He had the power to control the world. But you just said that you could kill Yi Xian. What kind of ability do you have? Gu Beichen narrowed his eyes and probed. Buzz. Suddenly, the void collapsed and the wind howled. A demonic light bloomed between Luo Ho's eyebrows, and a hazy, illusory object rippled out. Ka-cha. A wisp of demonic light flickered in the void, and the surrounding heaven and earth began to collapse. Just the power released by this item alone was enough to make Gu Beichen extremely terrified. Even his own true spirit was trembling slightly, and he felt the fear of death. Come. Luo Ho said softly. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. The spear was as black as ink and exuded a strong demonic aura. However, it was hidden, and only black electric arcs flashed on the spear. This is... Gu Beichen's expression changed. He muttered in a trembling voice, as if he had thought of something. The god-slaying spear. Luo Ho said softly. He gently touched the spear, and his eyes were filled with intoxication. It was as if this was his true treasure, and nothing could be more important than this. Do you know why Hongjun wanted to kill me after Pangu split open the sky? Luo Ho looked up at Gu Beichen and asked. Could it be because of the god-slaying spear? Gu Beichen guessed. That's right. It's because of this god-slaying spear. This spear can kill a saint and cut through the rules of the heavenly Tao. It's my true treasure, and even Hongjun is wary of it. After Luo Ho finished speaking, the god-slaying spear returned to his glabella. The surroundings returned to normal, as if this peerless killing weapon had never appeared. Yi Xian's armor is indeed terrifying. The heaven-destroying halberd in his hand also has unfathomable power. However, it's a pity that he can't use these two treasures at all. I'm different. This god-slaying spear has already become one with me. If I wanted to kill him, Yi Xian would have died under this spear. And I'll tell you a big secret. Back then, I was able to escape from Hongjun's hands because the god-slaying spear forced Hongjun to retreat, Luo Ho said proudly. This. Gu Beichen's back was drenched in cold sweat. He was completely shocked by Luo Ho's words. He stood rooted to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Are you scared? Luo Ho patted Gu Beichen's shoulder. Then, he smiled and walked into the distance. What a pity, what a pity. I wanted to pass on my mantle to Yi Xian. In the future, when I transcend heaven and earth, I could even leave the god-slaying spear to Yi Xian. However, he's too stubborn. He's always seen me as a great enemy. Luo Ho sighed and disappeared into the distance. Gu Beichen suddenly woke up. His expression changed rapidly. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and condensed a memory mirror image. He condensed the scene that Luo Ho had just shown into a jade slip and sent it directly to the celestial court. After doing all this secretly, Gu Beichen chased after Luo Ho again. However, the scene just now was too shocking. It made Gu Beichen even more fearful of Luo Ho. Chapter 968. The 33rd Celestial Court, Celestial Emperor Palace. Thousands of auspicious clouds surged, and misty immortal chi floated in the palace. The immortals and demon kings stood on both sides. Ziwei Tiandi sat on the emperor's throne, and beside her were Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy. A worthy younger brother, are you really leaving? Ziwei Tiandi asked with a heavy expression. That's right. You've become a heavenly sage and can control the three realms. With you in charge of the celestial court, I can rest assured. From now on, I will pursue my own dharma and Tao, and improve further, Yi Xian said softly. Today, everyone from the celestial court gathered at the celestial emperor palace. It was also Yi Xian who was bidding farewell to everyone. He had done what he had to do. With Ziwei in charge of the celestial court, he could rest assured. His obsession with improving his cultivation also made Yi Xian want to leave. And he was leaving the celestial court today because he had something important to do. This matter had been hanging in his heart for a long time, and now he finally had the time to do it. The immortals tried to persuade him to stay, but the demon kings were reluctant. When Yi Xian announced that he was leaving, everyone from the celestial court tried to persuade him to stay. Unfortunately, they also knew that Yi Xian had made up his mind. Even if they tried to persuade him to stay, it was useless. Suddenly, a jade slip quietly appeared beside Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian caught it in his hand. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This was his contact with Gu Beichen. He had told Gu Beichen not to use the jade slip unless there was something important. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the jade slip. Suddenly, scenes of Luo Ho and Luo Ho's conversation appeared. He also saw the terrifying power of the god-slaying spear in Luo Ho's hand. At this moment, the celestial court was solemn. No one dared to disturb Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was slightly cold. After a full 10 breaths, he withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip. This is getting more and more interesting. Yi Xian casually crushed the jade scroll. His lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message to Gu Beichen. Then, he directly looked around at the celestial court and said, "Everyone, there's no need to send me off. From now on, Brother Ziwei will be in charge of the celestial court. Everything will be under Brother Ziwei's control. Qi. Yi Xian took a step forward and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This made everyone in the celestial court sigh. They didn't know when they would be able to see Yi Xian again after today. Heaven and earth were clear and bright as the clouds flew by. Yi Xian strolled in the boundless sky. His expression was neither sad nor happy. There was a lonely aura around him. The scenes that Gu Beichen transmitted to him kept replaying in his mind. God-slaying spear. Deliberately mystifying. Is he trying to buy time for himself? Yi Xian muttered to himself. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Intimidation. Blatant intimidation. This was Luo Ho's blatant intimidation. From the jade slip that Gu Beichen sent, Yi Xian wasn't frightened by Luo Ho. He also heard the other party's words. But to Yi Xian, this was just a show that Luo Ho was putting on. Bewitching people's hearts and threatening them with false words. It could be said that Yi Xian admired Luo Ho's abilities more and more. Luo Ho's words were both true and false. His goal was to get Gu Beichen to send him a message. Luo Ho said that he could kill him. Actually, this was a joke. The god-slaying spear was indeed terrifying, but it wasn't at the level where it could kill him. If Luo Ho could really kill Yi Xian, the two of them wouldn't have to go through so much trouble when they met. They could have just attacked Yi Xian directly. Luo Ho didn't take out the god-slaying spear in front of Yi Xian. Instead, he used Gu Beichen to pass it to Yi Xian. His goal was probably for Yi Xian to see through his trick. Deliberately mystifying and mysterious. Luo Ho had always portrayed himself as an unfathomable person. Yi Xian couldn't see through him. And the scene he displayed in front of Gu Beichen just so happened to confirm Yi Xian's guess. Luo Ho, oh Luo Ho. You are really too smart for your own good. If you didn't make a move, maybe I would have to be wary of you. But you were too impatient. You took out the god-slaying spear to threaten me. This is where you failed the most. Yi Xian sneered and muttered. The god-slaying spear couldn't be used by Luo Ho. A simple sentence revealed the truth. It also revealed that Luo Ho was extremely guilty. The reason was simple. Yi Xian had the Nirvana armor and the heaven-destroying halberd. The god-slaying spear and these two treasures were both items of chaos. Luo Ho's cultivation was indeed higher than his. But even he, Yi Xian, couldn't control the Nirvana armor and the heaven-destroying halberd. How could Luo Ho control the god-slaying spear? Besides, if Luo Ho could really control the god-slaying spear, he wouldn't have had to endure for so long. He could have used the god-slaying spear's power to settle the score with Hong Jun. So, Luo Ho was deliberately mystifying in order to intimidate Yi Xian. And he obtained the boundless secular technique to buy time for Yi Xian. When he could completely cultivate the boundless secular technique, he would attack Yi Xian immediately. Sinister, sinister, and crafty. These words fully explained Luo Ho's character. Unfortunately, there was a saying that went too far was as bad as falling short. Luo Ho wanted to perform perfectly. He wanted to play Yi Xian in the palm of his hand. But he went too far and exposed a fatal flaw, allowing Yi Xian to see through his trick. If I can use the Tribulation Transcender technique to devour Luo Ho's cultivation, can I directly enter the Heavenly Tao's 6 tribulations? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His voice was eerie and strange. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He wants to cultivate the boundless secular technique. This boundless secular technique is not inferior to the undying immortal scripture. He has to go through the 9 tribulations of the secular world. At this moment, he must pass the first tribulation. If I can take advantage of the time to kill him, maybe I can succeed. Yi Xian said to himself. No. Suddenly, Yi Xian denied this matter. I know he has the 9 tribulations of the secular world, and he also knows that I have to cross the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. I am scheming against him, but he will also scheme against me. Yi Xian whispered. He was not blinded by greed. Luoho's mind was very shrewd. If Yi Xian could think of something, he would also think of it. Obviously, this matter would not be so easy to succeed. Luoho was also on guard against him. So, he is deliberately mystifying today to buy time. How should I deal with him? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. He was constantly scheming in his mind. After all, Luoho's cultivation was higher than his, and he also had the god-slaying spear. If the two of them were to clash, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Yi Xian walked slowly in the sky, but he still could not think of a way to deal with Luoho. This made him temporarily put this matter aside. After all, Luoho was by his side. He could only let nature take its course and see what Luoho would do next. The void shift was so close, yet so far. Yi Xian temporarily put the matter of Luoho aside. This was because he had something extremely important to do now. This matter was related to the Candle Dragon and Dijiang. Yi Xian had never forgotten one thing. His future self was proficient in the power of time and space. He even went against the flow of time and returned to the present from the future. And now, he was already at the 4th tribulation of the heavenly axiom. However, he knew nothing about the power of time and space. Hence, his top priority was to find the Candle Dragon and Dijiang. He had to devour the gifted divine powers of these two ancestors of sorcerers. This would also allow him to control the time and space talents. If it was just Luoho, he would be a great threat. However, Dijiang and the Candle Dragon were the top priority. Luoho could not be compared to these two people at all. The power of time and space. These were powers that surpassed the heavenly axiom. If he could control these two powers, he could completely reverse time and return to the past to make up for some of the regrets he had experienced. Furthermore, this was not the most important thing. If he could return to the past, he would definitely be able to find out who Yuan Ling was. He would also be able to understand many of the secrets in the world. Hence, Dijiang and the Candle Dragon were too important. No one and nothing could compare to this matter. However, Fatso Huang had been searching for these two people for many years, but he could not find any clues at all. This also made Yi Xian realize that it would be extremely difficult to find these two people. However, there was nothing absolute in the world. As long as these two people were still alive, Yi Xian would find them even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Yi Xian already had some clues to find Dijiang and the Candle Dragon. This clue was from the sorcerer tribe, and it was an old acquaintance of his. Hutu. Yes, it was Hutu. Hutu was now a sage, but she was also one of the 12 ancestors of sorcerers. Yi Xian was very confident in his judgment. If there was anyone who could find Dijiang and the Candle Dragon, it would definitely be Hutu. Heaven and earth shifting, so near, yet so far. Yi Xian was heading for the sorcerer tribe's ancestral land. He had learned from Fatso Huang's report that Hutu had been guarding the sorcerer tribe since the heaven-mending feast and had not been outside the 33rd heaven at all. In the past, Hutu had dared to attack Yi Xian at the heaven-mending feast, which had created a bad karma for him. Whether it was Dijiang, the Candle Dragon, or Hutu who had attacked him, Yi Xian had to meet this sage Hutu in person. Chapter 969. The most prosperous continent in the Earth Immortal realm would definitely be the Dongxing Divine Continent. The Dongxing Divine Continent could be said to be a land of outstanding talents. Countless orthodoxies were spread in the Dongxing Divine Continent. It was also known as the leader of the 4 major continents. The sorcerer tribe was created by heaven and earth. Although they did not have primordial spirits, their physical bodies were the best in the 3 realms. No other tribe or orthodoxy could compete with them in terms of physical cultivation. The sorcerer tribe was small in number, but each of them was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary sorcerer tribe member could be compared with a primordial unity golden immortal. Since Hutu became a sage, the sorcerer tribe had set their ancestral land in the Dongxing divine continent. No one dared to offend them. Since the sorcerer tribe appeared, they could be said to have dominated the world. The demon tribe was also suppressed by them, and many orthodoxies of different sizes had befriended them. Unfortunately, this situation didn't last for long. When Yi Xian reappeared in the world, he even knocked Nuwa down from her position as a saint and unified the three realms. The shaman clan was like a deflated ball that couldn't recover. Hutu had joined forces with several heavenly sages to attack Yi Xian. She was already in the sorcerer tribe's ancestral land and ordered the sorcerer tribe members not to leave the ancestral land without permission. She was afraid that they would be killed by the celestial court. After all, the demon tribe had submitted to Yi Xian. Now the tables had turned. Although Hutu was a sage, she could not eat or sleep well after seeing Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation. She was afraid that Yi Xian would come to find her. In the sorcerer tribe's divine temple, Hutu sat cross-legged in the void. The samsara sacred light shone faintly. Below Hutu were several ancestral sorcerers and some of the core forces of the sorcerer tribe. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere in the sorcerer tribe's divine temple was slightly heavy. Everyone's eyes were focused on Hutu, and there was a trace of hesitation in their eyes. "What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?" Suddenly, Hutu slowly opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Her voice was like thunder that shocked the sorcerer tribe members present. They hurriedly bowed to Hutu. "Goddess, Yi Xian unified the three realms. Although he passed the throne to Ziwei, he has a great hatred for the sorcerer tribe. Moreover, you joined forces with other sages to besiege him. We are afraid that Yi Xian." Ancestral sorcerer tribe's ancestor Tian Hao wanted to say something. But he did not need to continue speaking. "Of Yi of sorcerer tribe. Sorcerer ancestor Xian Ming tribe, and of Yi of sorcerer tribe. And of sorcerer great. A sorcerer tribe. Sorcerer. Of, as the of God, temple of no of. Noisy." Hutu's stern rebuke immediately silenced the sorcerer tribesmen. Everyone looked at Hutu again. "It's just Yi Xian. He's just a different kind of cultivator. How could he scare you like this?" It was a coincidence that he was able to knock Nuwa down from her position as a saint. "As long as I, Hutu, am still in the shaman tribe, my tribe will be safe." Hutu scolded Nuwa harshly, which also made the Wu tribe people present feel ashamed. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Nuwa. Looking at the ashamed faces of her clansmen, Hutu's anger subsided a little, and she said, "My clan is the authentic lineage of Pangu. Not to mention that I am a saint, even the 12 ancestors of sorcery in ancient times can condense the real body of Pangu. If Yi Xian dares to attack my clan, I will make sure that he can't leave. Look at you. You don't have the dignity of my clan. If outsiders see you, won't they laugh at us for being afraid of Yi Xian?" Hutu said coldly. "Goddess Hutu is right. Our shaman tribe is blessed by nature, and each of us is an unparalleled figure. Goddess Hutu is a saint, and we have the 12 heavenly spirits formation, the best unique formation in the three realms. Even if Yi Xian is powerful, he has to consider the strength of our shaman tribe," ancestor of sorcery Chang Liang said excitedly. "It's just Yi Xian. As long as I am here, he can't do anything," Hutu said majestically to comfort the sorcerer tribesmen. "Oh. Oh no." Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the sorcerer tribe temple. A great sorcerer barged into the sorcerer tribe temple without even announcing his arrival. His forehead was covered with cold sweat and his face was full of panic, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. "How dare you? Why are you in such a panic?" Don't you know that Goddess Hutu is discussing the important matters of the shaman tribe with us? Ancestor of sorcery Xian Ming reprimanded. Mother. Goddess. It's not good. Yi Xian. Yi Xian is here. The great sorcerer's face was extremely pale, and his voice was trembling. He could not speak properly, but he still finished his words intermittently. What? What did you say? Hutu's dignified expression suddenly changed. An extremely panicked look appeared on her face. Even the auspicious cloud she was sitting cross-legged on collapsed. She even staggered, which proved how terrified she was. Just now, Hutu had shamelessly belittled Yi Xian, but when she heard the news that Yi Xian had come to the shaman tribe, she became extremely flustered. How could she still have the dignity of a sage? It was a slap in the face, a slap in the face. At this moment, Hutu's attitude was simply a slap in her own face, but at this moment, she had no time to care about that. She then asked His Highness Great Sorcerer in a trembling voice, What did you just say? Open. Reporting to the Empress. Yi Xian said that he came to pay you a visit. Here. He is currently waiting outside the mountain gate. The great shaman seemed to be on the verge of tears, as if he had used all of his strength to say those words. It's over. It's over. Hutu's expression was dull, and her face turned pale. She fell into a kind of extreme panic. Although Hutu had belittled Yi Xian just now, it was also to boost the morale of the shaman tribe. In fact, she had long wanted to lead the shaman tribe to hide in the worldlet she had opened up and never appear in the three realms again. Because Hutu had never forgotten the miserable end of Nuwa. She had also witnessed how Nuwa had been beaten down from the sage position, and how Yi Xian had taken out the Hongmeng immortal qi, and finally, her soul had been scattered. How could it be? How could he come so quickly? Hutu paced back and forth in the hall, and the samsara holy light around her was extremely unstable, which proved how shocked her mind was. How dare Yi Xian come to our shaman tribe? Today, he will definitely not return. The ancestor of sorcerer Xian Ming roared coldly, which made the other tribesmen scramble to echo him. All kinds of magic weapons were taken out, as if they were going to fight Yi Xian to the death. Obviously, Hutu's words had greatly boosted their morale. Moreover, they also believed that Hutu was a sage of the heavenly law, and the shaman tribe had the 12 heavenly spirits killing formation. They were not afraid of Yi Xian at all. Chapter 970. Shut up. Hutu suddenly woke up and scolded the people of the sorcerer tribe. Everyone was stunned and did not know why Hutu scolded them. The outside world says that we sorcerer tribe are good at killing. Now it seems that it is true. How can we be Yi Xian's match? Quickly put away your dharma treasures and spiritual weapons and welcome Yi Xian with me. Hutu said in shock and anger. Then she quickly ordered the ancestors of sorcerer to hold the grandest welcome ceremony to welcome Yi Xian's arrival. She also warned the other people not to attack Yi Xian no matter what he did. Otherwise, he would be punished according to the rules of the tribe. When Hutu gave a series of orders, the people of the sorcerer tribe present were stunned and could not believe their ears. Why did Goddess Hutu, who was arrogant just now, become so weak at this moment? Unfortunately, before they could figure out the key point, Hutu had already asked the ancestors of sorcerer to welcome Yi Xian. This also woke the other people of the sorcerer tribe up and they followed Nuwa's instructions. Outside the mountain gate of the sorcerer tribe. Since the sorcerer tribe walked out of the ancestral land, the 12 ancestral sorcerer mountains also appeared in the east continent. They occupied thousands of miles of land and became the place where the orthodoxy of the sorcerer tribe was located. Outside the mountain gate. The two guards from the shaman tribe trembled as they guarded the mountain gate anxiously. This was because there was a person standing in front of them. This person looked amiable, but he was actually an important person who could shake the world. He was an important person who they were extremely afraid of. Yi Xian was dressed in black and his black hair was scattered behind his head. He looked at the 12 ancestral sorcerer mountains with his hands behind his back. There was no aura around him, as if he was just there for a sightseeing. As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. This was the original intention of Yi Xian's trip. After all, he was not there to exterminate the sorcerer tribe, but to find the news of Candle Dragon and Dijiang. It was better to be gentle. We are honored that Yi Tiandi has come to the sorcerer tribe. Rumble. The divine light of the way of heaven filled the air as Hutu arrived on a cloud. She was followed by a few ancestral sorcerers and appeared in front of the mountain gate in an instant. However, when Hutu saw Yi Xian's appearance, her eyes instantly froze. Then, she forcefully suppressed the panic in her heart. Yi Tiandi. Hutu made a Taoist bow and showed a kind smile as a greeting to Yi Xian. Greetings, Goddess Hutu. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He cupped his hands and bowed to Hutu, but this made Hutu's expression change. She hurriedly returned the greeting and said, Yi Tiandi has helped me become a saint. I dare not accept this greeting. Yi Xian said gently, I came to the sorcerer tribe today because I miss you, goddess. Back then, I left you in a hurry at the heaven-mending grand banquet, and I never had the chance to meet you again. This is my regret. I came uninvited today, and I hope you can forgive me. Looking at Yi Xian's courteous appearance, Hutu's smile stiffened. This Yi Xian had always called her empress. It seemed humble and polite, but in reality, the relationship between the two of them was 1,000 miles apart. After all, their cultivations were almost the same, so they should be called fellow Taoist. Moreover, Hutu did not forget that she had hit Yi Xian when he was down at the heaven-mending grand banquet. This was a huge karma. If Yi Xian came to the sorcerer tribe today because he missed her, Hutu would probably call herself an idiot. I wouldn't dare. Heavenly Emperor, please come in. Hutu lowered her posture and hurriedly invited Yi Xian into the sorcerer tribe. Yi Xian smiled faintly and stepped through the mountain gate into the ancestral land of the sorcerer tribe. Thump, thump, thump. The war drums of the sorcerer tribe were beating, and the sound of heaven and earth was heard. Golden petals floated between heaven and earth, and women of the sorcerer tribe danced in the sky and on the earth. Sweet springs gushed out from the ground. The 12 ancestral sorcerer mountains were rumbling and shining. A large number of sorcerer tribe members were welcoming Yi Xian's arrival in the mountains. This was the grandest welcome ceremony of the sorcerer tribe, and it was also something that Hutu passed down. Although many people of the sorcerer tribe were dissatisfied, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the sage. Hutu and several ancestral sorcerers led the way for Yi Xian. Yi Xian strolled behind them until they arrived at the sorcerer tribe's temple. The grand welcome ceremony ended there. Yi Tiandi, please. Hutu invited Yi Xian to enter the sorcerer tribe's temple. Yi Xian, accompanied by Hutu and several ancestral sorcerers, also entered the temple until the gate of the sorcerer tribe's temple was closed and completely cut off from the outside world. At the same time, the 12 heavenly beings killing formation was quietly activated and directly locked onto the sorcerer tribe's temple. Obviously, this was also Hutu's order. After all, Yi Xian did not come with good intentions. Not only did he have a great grudge against the sorcerer tribe, but he also had a great karma with her. If they really fought, the 12 heavenly beings killing formation would be a safeguard. In the sorcerer tribe's temple, Hutu smiled and sat cross-legged on a golden auspicious cloud. Several ancestral sorcerers stood behind her and looked at Yi Xian with fear. On the other hand, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void. There was no power around him, and he did not show any killing intent. Instead, he looked at Hutu with a calm face. I wonder what important matter Yi Tiandi has for the sorcerer tribe. Hutu said with a smile. She was also testing Yi Xian. She had already raised her cultivation to the peak and had been wary of Yi Xian since a long time ago. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple for no reason. My friend Hudu has a deep karma with me. Whether it was before or after I became a sage, I came here today because I have something to ask of you. Yi Xian said with a sigh. As Yi Xian's words fell, Hudu's heavy heart suddenly relaxed. She was really afraid that Yi Xian would come to settle the scores with her in the past. Now it seemed that there was still room for reconciliation. This could also prevent a great calamity. No matter what your request is, as long as it is within the power of the sorcerer tribe and I, we will definitely not refuse. Hudu almost patted her chest and promised that as long as she could ease the relationship with Yi Xian, she would satisfy Yi Xian no matter what it was. Actually, my request is very simple. First, I don't want the sorcerer tribe's treasures. Second, I don't want the sorcerer tribe's cultivation methods. I will definitely not make things difficult for you and the sorcerer tribe, Yi Xian said gently. Oh. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Hudu was slightly stunned. She said, then what do you want? Although I have achieved Tao in a different way, I have always admired the prestige of the 12 ancient sorcerers, especially the Time Ancestor Sorcerer Candle Dragon and the Space Ancestor Sorcerer Dijiang. These two ancient sorcerers control the power of time and space. I really want to see them. If I can sit down and discuss Tao with these two ancient sorcerers, my cultivation will definitely improve further, Yi Xian said tirelessly. Dijiang. Candle Dragon. Hearing Yi Xian's request, Huda muttered to herself. She secretly observed Yi Xian's expression, but Yi Xian was very calm and did not show any strange expression. Alas! Suddenly, Huda sighed and said with a wry smile, Yi Tiandi, the whereabouts of Candle Dragon and Dijiang are uncertain. Except for the two of them who participated in the Great War of Sorcerer and Demon, no one knows where they are for countless years. Even I can't find them. Huda was not stupid. She did not believe that Yi Xian only wanted to sit down and discuss Tao with Dijiang and Candle Dragon. There must be an ulterior motive. However, Dijiang and Candle Dragon were too important to the sorcerer tribe. They could not have any good corpses. That was why Huda tactfully rejected Yi Xian. Oh. The smile on Yi Xian's face gradually disappeared, and a touch of coldness appeared. An extremely terrifying killing intent spread out and shrouded Hutu and the other ancient sorcerers in an instant. So, you are rejecting me? Chapter 971. Yi Xian was still smiling innocently just a moment ago, but in an instant, his expression turned sinister and terrifying, as if he was about to devour someone. Yi Tiandi, please don't misunderstand. I really don't know where the Candle Dragon and Dijiang are. Hutu's expression changed and she hurriedly explained. However, the samsara holy light around her was boiling. Clearly, she was afraid that Yi Xian would attack her. She was afraid, very afraid. She was afraid from the bottom of her heart. This was how Huda felt about Yi Xian. Niuhua had died too tragically, and Yi Xian was the cause of it all. Although she was a heavenly path saint and was known to be immortal, Niuhua was a good example. How could she dare to be careless about Yi Xian? I am a very reasonable person. Back then, I helped you to become a saint, and you fulfilled 3 of my conditions. However, you teamed up with Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others to attack me at the Skymender festival. Let's settle this today. Rumble. Yi Xian slowly stood up. Tongtian's killing intent shot out. Streaks of black lightning circled around him, causing the entire sorcerer tribe temple to shake violently as if it was about to collapse at any time. Among the 4 tribulations of the heavenly path, the Tongtian had passed through the earth. Yi Xian's cultivation was superior to Hudu's, and his physical body was indestructible. Furthermore, his spells and abhijna were even more terrifying. Furthermore, he had the heaven-destroying halberd and the nirvana battle armor. At this moment, he was displaying an overwhelming killing intent. This made Hutu's heart tremble. She looked at Yi Xian seriously. Yi Tiandi, I really don't know where the Candle Dragon and Di Jiang are. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Hutu suppressed her anger and explained to Yi Xian. You only have two choices. You can either tell me where Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon are, or I'll destroy your witch tribe and kill you, the heavenly Tao Saint. Yi Xian's words were cold, cruel, gloomy, and vicious, like a gust of cold wind blowing across the 9 heavens. It made Hutu and the few grand magi shiver uncontrollably, and a great panic rose in their hearts. He was too strong. He was terrifyingly strong. Hutu clearly remembered that during the Skymender festival, Yi Xian's cultivation was only on par with hers and Yua's. But now, his aura had directly suppressed hers, making her feel suffocated. How did Yi Xian cultivate to this level in such a short time? Could it be that the sage realm was not the end of cultivation? Was there a higher realm? Suddenly, a huge question popped up in Hutu's mind, but before she could continue thinking, Yi Xian's killing intent alerted her. Yi Tiandi, please wait. Hutu shuddered and hurriedly pleaded with Yi Xian in a soft voice. She no longer had the dignity of a sage. Oh, you've thought it through? Yi Xian smiled faintly and sat down again. Hutu's expression changed, and in the end, she could only look helpless. It was not that Hutu did not want to kill Yi Xian, but she was no match for Yi Xian at all. Even if she activated the 12 heavenly gods killing formation, it would be useless. Unless she gathered the 12 grand magi and condensed the real body of Pangu, no one in the witch tribe could resist Yi Xian. After thinking for a long time, Hutu slowly said to Yi Xian, Yi Tiandi, it's not impossible for you to see Di Jiang in the Candle Dragon, but you have to promise me one thing. Ha! Yi Xian smiled. His smile was ice-cold as he said, do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Yi Xian was too domineering, so domineering that he did not even take the heavenly path sages seriously. Hutu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, but she knew that she could not do anything because she and the witch tribe could not afford to offend Yi Xian now. Hutu slowly said, Yi Tiandi, you've misunderstood. This is actually the key to finding Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon. Yi Xian frowned and said, then tell me about it. Hutu sighed softly and said, did Yi Tiandi turn Grand Magus Zhurong into Pangu's blood essence? That's right. Yi Xian nodded slowly. Back then, he had indeed turned Zhurong into Pangu's blood essence and used the Tribulation Transcender's Devour to devour his Grand Magus divine fire. Hearing Yi Xian admit it, Hutu calmed down and said, Yi Tiandi should know that the 12 Grand Magi were formed from Pangu's blood essence. It can be said that we have the same origin. Only by gathering the power of our Grand Magi can we sense where Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon are. Yi Xian whispered, do you mean that if I return Zhurong to your witch tribe, you can find the whereabouts of Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon? Hutu said confidently, that's right. Only by gathering the power of our Grand Magi can we summon the other Grand Magi back to the witch tribe. At that time, Yi Tiandi will definitely be able to see Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon. Okay. Yi Xian was not a person who dared to waste time. Whether what Hutu said was true or not, he knew that she would not dare to play tricks in front of him. Buzz. A drop of Pangu's blood essence appeared in Yi Xian's hand. The drop of Grand Magi's blood essence instantly transformed into Zhurong's body. However, Zhurong was unconscious and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the past, Yi Xian had devoured the Grand Magi's divine fire, and Yi Xian had even turned it into Pangu's blood essence. It could be said that Zhurong had suffered a great calamity. If it were not for the fact that they needed to find Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon today, Zhurong would not have been able to appear in the world at all. Wake up quickly. Hutu scolded coldly. A holy light was pointed between Zhurong's eyebrows. This also made Zhurong's eyelids move slightly and he slowly opened his eyes. Yi Xian, you bastard, I'll kill you. Zhurong had just woken up. He was still immersed in the great calamity that he had encountered in the past. When he saw Yi Xian in front of him, he threw a punch at Yi Xian like a madman. Stop. Hutu's expression changed slightly. She swung her sleeve and sent Zhurong flying away. This also made Zhurong look at Hutu abruptly, and then he was dumbfounded. Hutu, why are you here? Your cultivation. When he saw the heavenly law's holy light surrounding Hutu, Zhurong yelled excitedly. He even clamored for Hutu to kill Yi Xian with him. However, what Hutu said next extinguished the fire in Zhurong's heart like a basin of cold water. Hutu also secretly told Zhurong that he had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Hutu made it short and quickly told Zhurong what had happened in the past tens of thousands of years. She also warned him not to provoke Yi Xian again. Otherwise, the Grand Magi would face a great calamity today. You achieved Tao in a different way. And you killed Nuwa. Zhurong looked at Yi Xian in horror. He could not believe what he had heard. In Zhurong's memory, Yi Xian was at most a sage to be. But now, he had achieved Tao in a different way. Even the heavenly law sages were extremely afraid of him. Zhurong was speechless, silent, and even sober. This was how he felt at the moment. He stood silently behind Hutu, his face full of bitterness. If Hutu and the others took Yi Xian's strength for granted, Zhurong could not calm down. When he first met Yi Xian was just on par with him. But in less than 100,000 years, Yi Xian had surpassed him so much that he had become an existence that he could only look up to. Yi Tiandi, I'll summon the 12 ancestors of sorcery back. Please. The gate of the divine temple of the sorcerer tribe was opening. Hutu invited Yi Xian out of the temple. Obviously, she wanted to fulfill her promise to Yi Xian and send him away as soon as possible. Chapter 972. In the outside world. At the peak of the ancestral Sorcerer Mountain. The 12 divine beings killing formation covered the sky and the earth. Endless evil spirit filled the sky. The 12 black banners swayed the sky and the ancient songs of the sorcerer tribe reverberated between heaven and earth. Yi Xian stood in the middle of the 12 divine fiend formation. He could completely feel the terror of this formation. Just the baleful aura circulating around him was enough to annihilate the primordial spirit of a great Luo golden immortal. Even if a quasi-sage wasn't in such a formation, he would still die. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. He calmly stood in the middle of the number 1 formation of the 3 realms, completely ignoring the might of the 12 divine fiends formation. The top formation of the 3 realms was indeed terrifying, but only to others. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, this formation was not a threat to him. Unless the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer condensed the real body of Pangu, they could not pose any threat to him. There were 12 black banners in the 12 divine beings killing formation. Under each banner stood an ancestor of Sorcerer, which also represented their position. Not to mention that Hutu was a sage, she was the ancestor of Sorcerer of Earth. At this moment, she was standing under a black banner. The witch light around her soared into the sky. The token of the ancestor of Sorcerer floated above her head and glowed slowly. Zhurong, the ancestor of Fire of the South. Xian Ming, the ancestor of Rain. Chang Liang, the ancestor of Thunder. Tian Hao, the ancestor of Wind. There were 5 ancestors of Sorcerer here. They stood under the black banners and took out their tokens. They were also chanting a mysterious scripture, as if they were calling for their companions. The 5 ancestors of Sorcerer together with the 12 divine beings killing formation was the way to summon other ancestors of Sorcerer. Once they sensed their summons, the other 7 ancestors of Sorcerer would definitely come back quickly. Yi Xian stood in a desolate manner. He did not move or speak, allowing Hutu and the 4 ancestors of Sorcerer to cast their spells. He was as calm as water, without any ripples. To be honest, the Sorcerer tribe had a great conflict with him. They had caused him a lot of trouble in the past, not to mention the karma between him and Hutu. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to exterminate the Sorcerer tribe. It would also be easy for him to kill these ancestral sorcerers. However, Yi Xian did not want to do that because his real target was the Candle Dragon and Di Jiang. If he really destroyed the Sorcerer tribe, it would be even harder for him to find the 2 of them. Therefore, he could only force Hutu to find 2 people for him. This was his real goal. It was much better than destroying the shaman tribe. Moreover, Yi Xian also felt guilty towards one person, the goddess of Guanghan. Back then, he fell into a state of paranoia and killed the goddess of Guanghan with his own hands. This was his greatest regret. If he killed the goddess of Guanghan's clan as well, Yi Xian would never be able to overcome this hurdle in his heart. Time flowed by like water. Yi Xian was like an immovable rock, quietly waiting for the return of the other ancestral magi. When the 100th year had passed, the first one to return was Gong Gong, the ancestral magi of water. Is Zhu Rong here? Gong Gong was tall and sturdy, with ripples around his body. When he returned to the shaman tribe, the first thing he asked was his old rival. However, before he could see the situation clearly, Hutu had already transmitted a message to him quickly, which made Gong Gong look at Yi Xian with great surprise in his eyes. Since the Great War of Witch Demon Tribe, Gong Gong had gone to outer space to cultivate in seclusion on a withered star. If he had not sensed the summoning of Hutu and the others, he would not have known when he would wake up and return to the shaman tribe. Is this guy really so scary? Gong Gong narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian with a gloomy face. However, he had to believe Hutu's message. He could only take out his ancestral magi divine token and join the summoning like the other ancestral magi. The appearance of Gong Gong made Yi Xian's eyes brighten. He knew that Hutu did not lie to him. This method could indeed summon the other ancestral magi. 1,000 years later. Gomang, ancestral magi of wood in the east. Rushu, ancestral magi of gold in the west. Tianwu, ancestral magi of wind. Chizi, ancestral magi of lightning. Shebi Shur, ancestral magi of weather. 5 ancestral magi had returned from different places and all of them had returned to the shaman tribe. 10 ancestral magi had gathered under the 12 black banners. With the return of the 10 ancestral magi, the 12 divine beings' killing formation became more and more terrifying. Strands of earth-shattering evil spirits soared into the sky, and even the surrounding space showed faint signs of collapse. This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that the 12 divine beings' killing formation had faintly condensed a towering figure. This figure was extremely illusory and gave people a sense of uncertainty. However, a boundless aura that could suppress all worlds was spreading out from it, making people who looked at it feel a great sense of submission. The real body of Pangu? Looking at this faintly discernible figure, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes gradually. He could tell at a glance that this figure must be the real body of Pangu. If the 12 ancestral magi gathered together, perhaps the real body of Pangu could really appear in the world. A sense of crisis appeared in Yi Xian's heart, which also made him stare at the 10 ancestral magi with flickering eyes. If Dijiang and Candle Jiuyin returned at the same time, they could launch the 12 divine beings' killing formation and condense the real body of Pangu. Moreover, this formation was controlled by Hutu, a heavenly sage. Yi Xian would be in great danger. The real body of Pangu. This was no child's play. It was as heavy as the firmament. If the 12 ancestral magi really condensed the real body of Pangu, even Yi Xian would have to flee. Of course, Yi Xian had expected this, and he would never wait for death. As long as he found that something was wrong, he would kill an ancestral magi immediately and prevent the real body of Pangu from condensing. Yi Xian was a person with a strong desire for control. He would never let things get out of his control and put himself in danger. At this moment, Hutu's expression was cold, but there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. At this moment, the 10 ancestral magi had returned, and the shadow of Pangu was looming. As long as Dijiang and Candle Jiuyin returned, they could condense the real body of Pangu. However, when Hutu was excited, her eyes fell on Yi Xian. When she saw Yi Xian nodding and smiling at her, Hutu's breath suddenly stopped, and a sense of uneasiness rose in her heart. Then, she forced a smile and nodded at Yi Xian, but there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Hutu did want to condense the real body of Pangu and kill Yi Xian here, which was also her truest thought. However, when she saw Yi Xian's smiling face, the decision in her heart suddenly wavered. Could she really kill Yi Xian by condensing the real body of Pangu? Hutu was asking herself. Her will was constantly wavering, and she was completely in a dilemma. Her plan was very good, and it was progressing smoothly. The 10 ancestral magi had returned, and only 2 more ancestral magi were left to condense the real body of Pangu. However, Hutu's will was wavering, and scenes of Yi Xian's deeds appeared in her mind. Yi Xian had experienced countless death tribulations, but he still managed to survive unscathed. Nuwa chased after him, Yuanzhi wanted to kill him, and even several sages of heavenly law joined hands. Even Dao Tianzun and Lao Tzu could do nothing to him, but he was still alive in the world. In other words, even if Yi Xian really condensed the real body of Pangu, he was no match for him. However, wouldn't Yi Xian run away if he couldn't defeat him? If he escaped, he would be a big problem for the Wu tribe. In the future, Yi Xian would definitely exterminate the whole tribe, and even the 12 ancestral magi would not be spared. Hutu gradually calmed down, because she found that she had a fatal flaw. Although the 12 ancestral magi could condense the real body of Pangu, they could not be together every day. As long as one of them had a problem, they would definitely be ruthlessly attacked by Yi Xian. Moreover, Hutu could not guarantee that she could kill Yi Xian after condensing the real body of Pangu. She could completely suppress this powerful enemy between heaven and earth, which was the biggest problem. Chapter 973. In terms of cultivation, Hutu was at the bottom of the heavenly path sages. However, in terms of forbearance, she could be considered the best. Otherwise, she would not have turned into Mengpa and lived in the netherworld for so many years. The 12 heavenly beings formation continued to operate. The sorcerer tribe's ballad sounded in the 12 ancestral sorcerer mountains. The return of the 10 ancestral sorcerers made the sorcerer tribe even more excited. At that moment, they were looking forward to the return of Dijiang and the Candle Dragon. The sorcerer tribe was not the only one waiting. Yi Xian was also waiting. However, he was different from the sorcerer tribe. As long as Dijiang and the Candle Dragon returned, he would attack immediately. The wait was a bit long, and it made people anxious. Yi Xian stood in the middle of the 12 divine fiend formation. His brows were tightly knitted together because Dijiang and the Candle Dragon had yet to return to the Shaman clan. It had been 200 years since the return of the 10 ancestral sorcerers. Logically speaking, even if the 2 ancestral sorcerers were at the end of the world, it was enough time for them to return to the sorcerer tribe. At that moment, Yi Xian was not the only one who was suspicious. Even Hutu and the others were slightly anxious. However, they could only continue to operate the 12 heavenly beings formation and wait patiently for the 2 ancestral sorcerers to appear. Time flew by. Another 200 years had passed, but the figures of Dijiang and the Candle Dragon still hadn't appeared. This caused Yi Xian's eyes to gradually darken. Boom! Suddenly, the 12 heavenly beings formation stopped operating. The shadow of Pangu's real body also disappeared. Hutu and the 9 ancestral sorcerers withdrew their ancestral sorcerer divine tokens. Everyone looked anxious. Yi Tiandi, It's not that we lied to you. It's been 1,400 years, but Dijiang and the Candle Dragon have not returned. I'm afraid they're not in the three realms at all, Hudu explained to Yi Xian, slightly embarrassed. Not in the three realms? Yi Xian's eyes were bleak as he looked around at the world. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid they've already returned, but they haven't shown themselves yet. Who was Yi Xian? Not to mention that his cultivation base was Tong Tian, just his own shrewdness and scheming was extremely deep. He thought for a moment and guessed a fact. Dijiang and the Candle Dragon must have returned, but they had hidden themselves, and he could not sense where they were. In fact, they were in the ancestral land of the sorcerer tribe. It was no wonder that Yi Xian had such a guess. Yi Xian knew very well that Dijiang and the Candle Dragon had the power of time and space respectively. Even saints could not sense where they were. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was at the level of a Tong Tian, which was not inferior to that of a heavenly sage, he did not know anything about the power of time and space. Naturally, he could not find the two of them. If the two of them had already returned and concealed themselves, then Yi Xian would naturally not notice them at all. After all, only the two of them possessed the energy of space in the entire three dimensions. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Hudu and the others' expressions changed slightly. Could it be that it was really as Yi Xian had said, that Dijiang and the Candle Dragon had really returned but had not shown themselves? Friends, are you really not willing to meet me? Yi Xian looked around. His sincere voice echoed in the world, but unfortunately, he did not receive any response. It was as if Dijiang and the Candle Dragon were really not there. Looks like you're not going to give me face. Yi Xian's expression was slightly cold, and his entire body was somewhat gloomy. Strands of black lightning revolved around his body, and an earth-shattering might burst forth at this moment. Yi Tiandi, what are you doing? Looking at Yi Xian's supreme killing intent, Hudu's expression changed instantly, and an extremely bad feeling rose in her heart. Since you two fellow Taoists don't want to see me, then I can only exterminate the witch clan. I just don't know if you two fellow Taoists will just stand by and watch. Yi Xian said in a mocking tone. However, as he spoke, he killed Mobile Heaven and slowly walked towards Hudu and the others. Yi Xian, do you really think that the Wu clan is easy to bully? Gong Gong was furious. He was the ancestor of water, and he controlled the essence of all water in the world. It could be said that he was an extremely proud person. Moreover, he had never seen Yi Xian's terror, so he naturally did not fear Yi Xian as much as Hudu and the others. Do you want to die? Yi Xian said indifferently. He looked at Gong Gong as if he was looking at a dead man. Be careful. Hudu knew Yi Xian's temperament too well, so she cried out. Boom! Unfortunately, Hudu's reminder was too late. Yi Xian raised his palm into the sky and pressed it down towards Gong Gong with a flip of his hand. The power that could shatter everything bloomed to the extreme, and Gong Gong didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. He even spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Do it! Ancestor of which Xian Ming roared. Since Yi Xian had injured Gong Gong, they would be too ashamed to face their clansmen if they still pretended to turn a blind eye. Kill! The 9 ancestors of witches came together. Even Gong Gong, who was hit by Yi Xian's attack, stood up tenaciously and charged at him again. Then, his expression changed constantly, but he still gritted his teeth and attacked Yi Xian with a saint's magic. At this point, both sides had nothing to say. They could only fight, and there was no room for reconciliation. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Yi Xian had the cultivation of the 4 tribulations of the way of heaven. He did not take the 9 ancestors of witches seriously at all. Only Hudu was a little troublesome, but Yi Xian did not take her seriously either. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's palm shook the sky, and the void collapsed. Yi Xian was too strong and too invincible. His attack could destroy the world, and the 9 ancestors of witches were beaten by him until they spat out blood. They were no match for him at all. There was no so-called great magic, but only a great power that could suppress everything in the world. Yi Xian's indestructible devil body was too strong, and it had already surpassed the physical body of an ancestor of witches. The 9 ancestors of witches suffered an unprecedented disaster. Their bodies were covered in blood and were completely crushed by Yi Xian. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. After all, Hutu was a saint of the way of heaven. Although her cultivation was not as good as Yi Xian's, she was supported by the power of the way of heaven. She barely stopped Yi Xian, and also gave the 9 ancestors of witches a chance to breathe. Child's play. Yi Xian struck out his palm, and the 6 Paths of Heaven's gate was destroyed. The destructive power poured down on Hutu, and she had to use a saint's great magic to resolve it. Set up the formation. Hutu shouted coldly. She could only resist Yi Xian for a moment by herself. Only when the 9 ancestors of witches activated the 12 heavenly beings killing formation could they fight Yi Xian. Rumble. 12 black banners fluttered in the sky, and 12 groups of ancestral sorcerer divine mountains glowed brightly. The 9 ancestral sorcerers wiped off the blood from the corners of their mouths and stepped into the formation one after another. As they chanted, waves of destructive power erupted from the 12 divine beings killing formation. Buzz. The shadow of Pangu was condensing, and a destructive power spread out. Hutu's body flashed, and she also stepped into the formation, which made the 12 heavenly beings killing formation more and more terrifying. Chapter 974. Kill. The shadow of Pangu stood in the sky. Although it was only a shadow, it was full of power that made people's hearts palpitate. Yi Xian frowned. Interesting. Then, let me see how powerful the Pangu silhouette you generated is, said Ji Hao while looking at Ji Hao. Yi Xian took a step forward and released a power that swept across all directions. The sky-killing halberd appeared in his hand and he slashed at the shadow of Pangu. Boom! The shadow of Pangu was so powerful that it threw a punch at Yi Xian. When the fist and the halberd collided, the power that burst out made the whole ancestral land of the Wu tribe shake violently. Buzz! The phantom image of Pangu was in extreme chaos. It was only because Yi Xian's attack was too powerful that the bodies of Hutu and the others, who were in charge of the 12 divine fiends formation, trembled as they continuously resisted the power that Yi Xian transmitted over. You're just a so-so. After the attack, Yi Xian felt that the shadow of Pangu was no match for him. This made him show a cruel look on his face. The cultivation of the 4 tribulations of the way of heaven rose to the extreme and he directly attacked the 12 divine beings killing formation. Stop him! Hutu shouted anxiously. The holy light of the way of heaven bloomed to the extreme. The 9 ancestors of sorcerers used all their strength and poured all their cultivation into the formation. They also made the shadow of Pangu attack Yi Xian again. Bang! One punch suppressed the world and everything fell. Yi Xian's punch was so powerful that it directly shattered the shadow of Pangu and made Hutu and the others stagger back. The so-called 12 divine beings killing formation collapsed. I'll send you to hell. Yi Xian's halberd danced in the sky, and strands of energy that could annihilate all things rose from the heaven-slaying halberd, directly transforming into thousands of cold lights that shot towards Hutu and the 9 ancestral shamans like a group of stars falling from the sky. Retreat quickly. Hutu's expression changed dramatically. She unleashed a reincarnation grand magic and roared at the 9 ancestral magi anxiously. At the moment, the 12 divine beings killing formation was broken, and the 9 ancestral magi were no match for Yi Xian. Hutu could only resist Yi Xian for a moment, buying time for the 9 ancestral magi to escape. Humiliation, a great humiliation. The 9 great ancestors of sorcery and a heavenly law saint were no match for Yi Xian. This was not only a disgrace to them, but also a disgrace to the entire sorcerer tribe. The 9 great ancestors of sorcery were ashamed and indignant, but there was nothing they could do because they were only sage to be and were not on the same level as Yi Xian. If they continued to advance, they would only be giving up their lives in vain. Can you stop me? Yi Xian grinned cruelly. He took a step forward and quietly appeared in front of Hudu. He slapped Hudu's head, causing her to bleed from her 7 orifices. The heavenly Tao's holy light around her crumbled inch by inch. Puff! Hudu spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body was dispirited, and Yi Xian's wide palm pressed down on her head, imprisoning her in the air. It was not that Hudu was not strong enough. After all, she was a heavenly law saint, but the person she was facing was too strong. She was no match for Yi Xian at all. Don't forget that Yi Xian could crush Nuwa when he was in the 3 tribulations of the heavenly law. Now he was in the 4 tribulations of the heavenly law, and Hudu's cultivation was inferior to Nuwa's. Naturally, she was defeated by Yi Xian. Creak. Ah! Yi Xian's face was cruel. He tightened his 5 fingers and exerted a terrifying force on Hudu's head. Her skull creaked and she cried out in pain. Let her go. Such a scene made the 9 ancestors of sorcerers tremble, but they still roared at Yi Xian angrily. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not even look at the 9 ancestors of sorcerers. He squeezed Hudu's head and smiled cruelly. Then he looked around and said, if you two don't come out, don't blame me for being merciless. Silence, silence, dead silence. The 9 ancestors of sorcerers watched angrily. They clenched their fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. The eyes of the sorcerer tribe in the 12 ancestral sorcerer mountains turned red and tears of humiliation appeared in their eyes. The sorcerer tribe knew that Yi Xian was very powerful, so powerful that they could not afford to offend him. However, they did not expect Yi Xian to be so powerful that even a heavenly law saint was suppressed by him. Dijiang, Candle Dragon, if you really come back, show yourselves quickly. As long as we condense the real Pangu body, we can definitely kill Yi Xian. Gong roared furiously. The rest of the ancestors of sorcerers were also extremely angry. They hoped that Dijiang and Candle Dragon could show up. Unfortunately, no matter how Gong roared, Dijiang and Candle Dragon did not show up at all. Even if Hudu was in trouble, there was no reaction in this world. Yi Xian, Dijiang and Candle Dragon are really not here. It's useless even if you kill me. Hudu tried to persuade Yi Xian in a sorry state. There was great panic in her eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were gloomy and his entire body was filled with a terrifying aura. However, there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Was he wrong? Dijiang and Candle Dragon really did not come back. Impossible. Yi Xian suddenly denied this idea. After 1,400 years of summoning, the rest of the ancestors of sorcerers had already returned. How could Dijiang and Candle Dragon be an exception? Since you two don't care about brotherhood, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Xian smiled cruelly at Hudu. No. Feeling Yi Xian's cold eyes, Hudu screamed in panic and tried to break free from Yi Xian's restraint. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's 5 fingers suddenly burst out with a destructive power. Hudu exploded into a cloud of blood mist. She was crushed by Yi Xian's hand. Damn it! The 9 ancestors of sorcerers roared in anger. They had witnessed Hudu being killed by Yi Xian, but they could not stop the tragedy from happening. Boom! The holy power of the way of heaven and the holy light rumbled. A spot of golden light was born in the void. With the support of the way of heaven, Huda's body was condensing. She was a saint of the way of heaven, so she could naturally come back to life. Hudu. When Hudu appeared again, the 9 ancestors of sorcerers were overjoyed. Hutu quickly kept a safe distance from Yi Xian and became gloomy and silent. Yi Xian was not surprised that Hutu came back to life. After all, it took him a long time to defeat Nuwa and make her a saint. At this moment, he attacked Hutu in a hurry, so he could not kill her. Moreover, Yi Xian's real purpose was not to kill Hutu. He just wanted to force Dijiang and Candle Dragon to show up. I admire you two for being so patient. But I don't know if you will still avoid me if I destroy the whole sorcerer tribe. Yi Xian smiled cruelly. The entire world suddenly darkened as terrifying great techniques shot out from Yi Xian's hands. The entire ancestral land of the shaman clan was enveloped within them, and there were billions of bolts of lightning raging in the sky. It was obvious that if this great technique were to descend, the entire shaman clan would be annihilated. No! Hutu screamed in horror. The 9 ancestors of sorcerers turned pale. They wanted to stop Yi Xian, but they also knew that they were no match for Yi Xian at all. They were just mantises trying to stop a chariot. At this critical moment, it was a life-and-death crisis. Just as Yi Xian was about to cast this skill, a long sigh sounded between heaven and earth. Then, 2 illusory figures quietly appeared in the sky. Yi Tiandi, why do you have to force us? Chapter 975. The world was silent, and everything was silent. 2 illusory figures were walking toward Yi Xian. The space-time of the world was slightly disordered, and mysterious ripples were rippling in the world as if they were telling the ancient and mysterious space-time power. The heavens were fearless, and the earth was not shaken. When the 2 figures appeared, Hutu and the 9 ancestors of sorcery were excited, and their eyes were trembling. There was no doubt that Hutu had the highest cultivation level among the 12 ancestors of sorcery. However, there was no doubt that Dijiang and the Candle Dragon were the core of the sorcerer tribe. One was the time ancestor of sorcery, and the other was the space ancestor of sorcery. Even a saint could not do anything to them. In the universe, the laws were rampant, and the space-time power was a power that surpassed the great Tao of heaven and earth. The 2 figures could carry the space-time power, which was unique in the 3 realms. Buzz! The void manifested, and everything was silent. When the 2 ancestors of sorcery walked over, the space-time of the world seemed to be still, and even Yi Xian's mind was stagnant for a moment. Greetings, Yi Daoyu. The Candle Dragon was dressed in black, and his black hair cascaded down his back. However, his eyes did not have any white parts. Instead, they had 2 black pupils. When one looked into his eyes, one would feel as if one's soul was about to sink into it. Dijiang greets Yi Tiandi. Dijiang was dressed in green, and his hair was as white as snow. There were no black pupils in his eyes, but only white. At this moment, he was bowing to Yi Xian with his hands folded. Good, good, good. Yi Xian laughed heartily and said, good, 3 times. The killing skill that he had gathered disappeared, and he looked at the 2 ancestors of sorcery with satisfaction. Quickly gather the real body of Pangu and kill him. Suddenly, Gong Gong roared as he looked at Yi Xian with killing intent. It was obvious that the appearance of the Candle Dragon and Dijiang could completely condense Pangu's true body, so they could naturally kill Yi Xian here. Yi Tiandi is a guest of our shaman tribe. How can we fight against him? Dijiang sighed softly. Yi Daoyu, since you're only looking for the 2 of us, why do you have to involve my clan? Why don't we go somewhere else? Zhu Jiuyin said in a deep voice. All right. The person Yi Xian was looking for had already appeared. There was no need for him to hold on to the sorcerer tribe, so he immediately agreed. Swoosh! Dijiang and Candle Jiuyin looked at each other and then nodded. Their flowers turned into 2 streams of light and flew away. Yi Xian did not even look at Hutu and the 9 ancestors of sorcery. He just followed them and disappeared. As the 3 of them left, Hutu felt relieved. No matter what, she had finally sent Yi Xian away, and the shaman tribe could avoid this calamity. Hutu. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, causing Hutu's expression to change drastically. Not only Hutu, but the 9 grand shamans were also startled, and they all looked towards the source of the voice. Candle Join? Hutu said in shock, because the candle Join had appeared in front of them again. However, his body was illusory, and he gave off an extremely fleeting feeling. This is the time backtracking technique. I don't have much time left. Let me finish, the candle Join said anxiously. Yi Xian is the calamity of the sorcerer tribe. He forced me and Yi Xian to harm us. Now that we've lured him away, quickly lead the sorcerer tribe to hide in the small world that Dijiang and I created. As long as Yi Xian doesn't die, the sorcerer tribe can't come out. After the candle Join finished speaking, he threw a black jade token at Hutu. This jade token is the key to open the small world. Although you're a heavenly saint, Yi Xian already has the ability to kill a saint. You must protect the people of my clan, and don't be enemies with Yi Xian from now on, the candle Join said quickly. Then what about you and Dijiang? Hutu's face was ghastly pale. She had already sensed the seriousness of the matter. Don't worry. Although we're only sage to be, Dijiang has the space divine power, and I have the time divine power. Yi Xian definitely can't catch us. When we get rid of him, we'll naturally find you, the candle Join said in a deep voice. Why? Why did you lure him away? If we condensed the real body of Pangu just now, Yi Xian would definitely not be a match for us, Zhu Rong said in surprise. Shut up. Suddenly, Hutu scolded coldly, it takes some time to condense the real body of Pangu. How can Yi Xian let us do as we please? I'm afraid that before we condense the real body of Pangu, Yi Xian will definitely kill us. Quickly take your people and leave, the candle Join said quickly. The candle dragon quickly spoke, and his entire body started to dissipate as if he was going to disappear at any moment. However, this abhijna that could turn back time was simply too shocking. Rumble. The gate to the small world was opening. Hutu knew that they could not delay any longer. If they waited until Yi Xian came back, the Wu tribe would definitely be annihilated. When the 12 ancestral Magus mountains entered the small world, a large number of Wu tribe members poured in. Hutu took one last look at the 3 realms. Although there was deep unwillingness in her eyes, she knew that she had to hide with the Wu tribe in order to avoid the annihilation brought by Yi Xian. Looking at the candle Join who was about to disappear, Hutu said with a heavy expression, you two take care. You must come back alive. If Dijiang and I die, the Wu tribe will never be born again. The candle Join's body completely collapsed. His voice rang in the ears of the entire Wu tribe. Buzz. The gate to the small world was closing. The entire Wu tribe disappeared from the 3 realms. This was something that Yi Xian did not expect. Yi Xian was indeed good at calculation, but he knew nothing about the way of time and space. This allowed the Wu tribe to escape by luck. The sky was heavy, and the world was vast. The candle Join and Dijiang strolled through the sky. Yi Xian followed behind them. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he locked onto their qi to prevent them from escaping his control. Suddenly, the candle Join's body trembled. He nodded at Dijiang vaguely. His lips even moved slightly at this moment. Clearly, he was transmitting a message to Dijiang. Dijiang nodded slowly. He knew that the Wu tribe had already hidden in the small world that they had created. Time stop. Suddenly, the candle Join roared. The power of time rippled, and strands of silver light surrounded him. In an instant, it covered 1,000,000 miles of heaven and earth. Space freeze. At the same time, Dijiang roared. A terrifying white light flickered on the surface of his body. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, completely sealing off the space in the area. How dare you? Yi Xian roared coldly. He did not expect the two of them to dare to play tricks with him. This also made him attack violently. He directly restrained the two ancestral magi. Buzz! The world froze, and the space froze. Yi Xian's lightning-like body suddenly stopped. He seemed to have sunk into a swamp. An extremely terrifying and sticky mysterious power supported him, causing him to move as slowly as a snail. Chapter 976. The heavens and earth were silent. The heavens and earth within a radius of 1,000,000 miles fell into a state of stillness. That was the manifestation of the power of spacetime. It had truly frozen the world. Even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was stagnant. The so-called law of heaven and earth was also dormant. The power of spacetime. Yi Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying divine light. He was completely suppressed by the power of spacetime, but his face was filled with excitement. This is the power that I want. This is the power that I want. Yi Xian said excitedly. He could not control himself. That also proved how excited he was. To be able to make Yi Xian unable to control his excitement, that also proved how shocked Yi Xian was. The heavens and earth were silent. Spacetime was still. Di Jiang and the candle dragon were expressionless. They looked at Yi Xian indifferently. Yi Xian, although the two of us are no match for you, it's wishful thinking for you to kill the two of us, Di Jiang said in a low voice. Actually, I sensed it 10,000 years ago. I even predicted what would happen in the future. I saw that you, Yi Xian, wanted to kill Di Jiang and me. Although I don't know the reason, we were already prepared. How could we let you succeed? The candle dragon said coldly. The candle dragon was the ancestral sorcerer of time. He could predict the past. That was a manifestation of the power of time. Naturally, he could sense the danger that Yi Xian brought. At that moment, Yi Xian had completely calmed down. He stared at the two ancestral sorcerers gloomily and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the two of you already knew that I went to the sorcerer tribe. Yi Xian murmured. Di Jiang roared angrily. Time and space of the universe, and we can see through all things. In the three realms, only the two of us possess the power of time and space. Even saints are nothing to us. However, you, Yi Xian, have persecuted the shaman tribe time and time again. Although we possess the power of time and space, we don't have the cultivation to kill you. Yi Xian, I don't care what purpose you have for the two of us. You're currently trapped in this spacetime formation. It'll take you 100 years to break out of the formation. However, you'll never be able to find Di Jiang and me when you break out of the formation, the candle dragon sneered. Aren't you afraid that I'll exterminate the witch tribe? Yi Xian frowned. Haha. The candle dragon laughed hysterically as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. It's a pity that Di Jiang and I possess the power of time and space, but we're only sage-to-be cultivators. However, you're a brute who has achieved Tao in another way and even surpassed the heavenly path saint. The candle dragon said hatefully, since you know that I'm the ancestral sorcerer of time, you should know that I'm proficient in the way of time. After the two of us lured you away from the witch tribe, I've already used time backtracking to hide my people. It's impossible for you to find them even if you want to. Despicable man. Di Jiang scolded angrily, if you didn't threaten us with the witch tribe, how could you meet us? Unfortunately, you don't even have your last bargaining chip now. You're just a joke now. Hearing the two ancestral sorcerers' words, Yi Xian's face turned gloomy. He believed that the two of them were telling the truth. The witch tribe should have already hidden themselves. This was something that he did not expect. It was not that Yi Xian did not take this into consideration. He could only blame himself for not knowing the way of time and space. Otherwise, he would not have been so careless. However, Yi Xian was not disappointed because at this moment, Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon were right in front of him. As long as he could suppress the two of them, nothing would matter. Kill! Suddenly, Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon made a gesture with their hands. The time power and space power erupted and turned into terrifying saber lights that slashed towards Yi Xian. The sea turned to dust and time was like a saber. When the two ancestral sorcerers unleashed their divine powers, even a sage would be wary. Unfortunately, they were facing Yi Xian, a terrifying existence who had the cultivation of the heavenly Tao death calamity. Clang! Clang! Although the time power and space power were terrifying, they could not hurt Yi Xian at all. The grand skill that the two of them had condensed did not cause any harm to Yi Xian. Damn it! Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Although their divine powers were the time power and space power, their cultivation was only at the sage-to-be level after all. This was their biggest weakness. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was shaking violently. His cultivation was rising to the extreme, causing the still heaven and earth to start flowing. Although he was not well versed in the space-time power, he walked the path of using strength to prove his Tao. As the saying went, strength can break all techniques. He could only break the space-time formation with brute force. Yi Xian, it's useless. If you want to break this formation, you'll need 100 years, crack. Di Jiang sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, a strange sound suddenly came from the space-time formation. The space-time power that supported heaven and earth was gradually cracking. How is this possible? The Candle Dragon roared in shock. He could not believe his eyes. This was the space-time formation that the two of them had created together. How could it start to collapse? Not good, we've underestimated him too much. This Yi Xian's cultivation far surpasses ours. Even if we have the power of time and space, we won't be able to trap him for too long. Di Jiang instantly came to a realization and directly revealed a terrifying truth. Let's go. Don't wait for him to break the formation. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Di Jiang called out to the Candle Dragon. Both of them saw the heavy look in each other's eyes. Then, they disappeared on the spot. Obviously, if they waited for Yi Xian to break out of the formation, both of them would definitely be in trouble. They could not afford to take the risk. Trying to escape. Yi Xian was in the middle of the space-time formation. His face was ferocious and distorted. Waves of black saint energy burst out, causing the entire space-time formation to rumble and shake. Cracks began to appear. Break. Strength can break all techniques. Heaven and earth could collapse. Yi Xian roared into the sky as a destructive power burst out from his body. Following the sound of an explosion, the space-time formation that Di Jiang and the Candle Dragon had set up together shattered. Yi Xian soared into the sky as chaotic fog surrounded his body. His eyes were cold and gloomy as he looked around. Obviously, he was looking for the two ancestral sorcerers. It had to be said that the space-time energy was indeed mysterious and terrifying. Even Yi Xian had a lingering fear. If it were not for the two ancestral sorcerers' weak cultivation, Yi Xian would have suffered a great loss today. Yi Xian was very sure that if the two ancestral sorcerers had the cultivation of a saint like him, he would not be a match for the two ancestral sorcerers. Fortunately, the two of them were only sage-to-be. It was a blessing in disguise. I knew that you're not that simple. Do you think that I don't have any other tricks up my sleeve? Yi Xian smiled strangely. He formed a seal with both of his hands and a 3-inch black paper crane condensed. As the black paper crane flew to the south, Yi Xian immediately followed the black paper crane and chased after it. Spirit drawing technique. It was an extremely useless technique in the Immortal scripture. It had no other use except to lock onto a person's trace and find out their location. When Di Jiang and the candle dragon appeared, Yi Xian secretly performed the spirit drawing technique on them. The reason why this technique was useless was that if Yi Xian wanted to find a person, he could find the target based on the other person's aura. Naturally, this technique had no effect on him. However, it just so happened that the candle dragon and Di Jiang had the power of time and space, so Yi Xian was unable to sense their auras. This spirit drawing technique just so happened to restrain the two great ancestral shamans, allowing Yi Xian to know their whereabouts. Rumble. The sky shook and the universe shifted. Yi Xian moved freely in the sky. He followed the black paper crane and chased after the two ancestral sorcerers. Chapter 977. Yi Xian shuttled through the air, and streams of light turned into shadows as he moved through the endless sky. Every step he took covered a distance of millions of kilometers, and wherever he went, the world would rumble, causing an extremely terrifying commotion. So fast. The black paper crane flew in front of Yi Xian. His eyes were as gloomy as water, and he was extremely surprised. This was because, in his perception, the speed of Di Jiang and the candle dragon had actually surpassed his. Although he knew their location, he was unable to catch up to the two ancestral shamans. Yi Xian was not boasting. With his current cultivation of the four tribulations of the heavenly way, he could definitely be called the world's fastest. However, he could not stop chasing after the two ancestral sorcerers. "Let's see how you escape," Yi Xian whispered in a hoarse voice. His eyes were filled with violence. He would never let them go because he had to devour their space-time power. Rumble. Yi Xian's cultivation was fully released. His cultivation of the four tribulations of the heavenly way was raised to the peak. His speed increased again, and he chased after the two ancestral sorcerers with a terrifying aura. At the same time, Di Jiang and the candle dragon were traveling together. One of them was the ancestral sorcerer of time, while the other was the ancestral sorcerer of space. These two powers that surpassed the great way of heaven and earth allowed them to travel through time and space. Of course, the so-called time and space was just a general name. However, Di Jiang had the space magic that could tear through layers of barriers. He called this technique space speed. The candle dragon had the time magic. He could use time to travel through space. With the two of them working together, their speed could be said to be the best in the three realms. In terms of the world's fastest speed, only the space-time power could be said to be the best. Other techniques could not be compared to it at all. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Way saints could not do anything to the two ancestral sorcerers. It was also the reason why Yi Xian could not catch up with them. "He's catching up." The candle dragon's expression changed drastically because the aura that came from behind the two of them was too terrifying, causing their souls to tremble. "Yi Xian's cultivation is much higher than yours and mine. Even the space-time formation was broken by him in an instant. You and I are definitely not his match, but he can forget about catching up with us. Go." Di Jiang growled coldly. He directly tore open the space in front of him. The two of them instantly entered the cracked space. When they reappeared, they were already hundreds of millions of miles away. The energy of space was terrifying as expected, and it was simply unimaginable. Traversing a distance of 1 trillion kilometers in an instant was something that no one in the three dimensions could accomplish. Rumble. Yi Xian suddenly appeared at the spot where the two of them had just appeared. The space around them had been shattered by him. Unfortunately, the two of them had still managed to escape. The power of space-time is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xian muttered coldly. A trace of unwillingness flashed through his eyes, but there was also a faint trace of madness. Di Jiang and the candle dragon were only sage to be. If it were not for the power of time and space, Yi Xian could have suppressed them in an instant. From this, it could be seen that the two grand sorcerers were merely sage to be. However, they were able to render Yi Xian helpless because of the power of time and space. This also proved that the power of time and space was too extraordinary. At this moment, Yi Xian once again lost track of the two of them. However, he was not disappointed because he had already planted the spirit attraction technique on the two of them. Even if the two grand sorcerers escaped to the ends of the earth, he would still be able to find them. Change. Yi Xian made a gesture with both hands to change the void. A black paper crane danced in the void. After 3 breaths, it shot toward the north. In the north, Yi Xian smiled ferociously. He took a step forward and disappeared. How is this possible? How is this possible? The North Sea Glacier stretched as far as the eye could see. The two grand sorcerers were fleeing in panic. A terrifying dark figure was chasing and intercepting the two of them. This made the two grand sorcerers tremble and roar. Space shuttled, time accelerated, and the two ancestral magi fled in a sorry state. Their faces were pale and bloodless. They originally thought that they'd gotten rid of Yi Xian, but in a short 3 days, Yi Xian found them again. Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the peak. Although he did not have the speed of the two grand sorcerers, his cultivation was much higher than theirs. He also had endless energy. It was wishful thinking for the two of them to escape from his control. No, there must be something wrong. I can't sense your aura. He must have done something to our bodies. The candle dragon whispered in horror. Be careful. Dijiang shouted in panic. Yi Xian slapped at him from millions of miles away. Dijiang used his spatial magic to isolate this part of the world. He pulled the candle dragon and disappeared. Rumble. The sky shook and the void was in chaos. A chase began in the 3 realms. From the sky to the ground, from the deep sea to the starry sky. The two grand sorcerers used all means to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, every time the two of them thought that they'd gotten rid of Yi Xian would appear again in less than a day or 2. It simply caused their hearts to shatter, and they even felt a sense of despair. This chase lasted for 1,000 years. The entire 3 realms were shaken. The celestial court sent out the clairvoyant and the clairaudient to investigate. Several heavenly sages even opened their dharma eyes of heaven and earth to spy on them. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's cultivation was too strong. He had already concealed the secrets of heaven. Moreover, the two grand sorcerers had the power of time and space. Even the heavenly sages could not spy on what happened between the 3 of them. Another 1,000 years passed. The two grand sorcerers looked dispirited. The power of time and space around them was extremely weak. However, they were still trying their best to hide from Yi Xian's pursuit. After 2,000 years of escape, the two grand sorcerers only had the cultivation of sage to be. Although they had the divine sense of time and space, their cultivation was still there. How could they withstand such a huge consumption? On the other hand, Yi Xian was different. His cultivation was already Tongtian. A mere 2,000 years did not affect him at all. Instead, he was still chasing after the two grand sorcerers. No, if this goes on, you and I will not be suppressed by Yi Xian. I'm afraid we will die of exhaustion sooner or later. Outside the 33rd layer of heaven, the stars were rotating. The two ancestors of sorcerers were fleeing for their lives. Dijiang's face was pale, and the power of space around him was extremely scattered. The candle dragon was not much better. Yi Xian definitely has a secret technique to track you and me. Now we can only act separately and remove the secret technique he planted on us. Perhaps we can still escape. The candle dragon spoke quickly. Yi Xian's terrifying aura came from behind them again. Obviously, Yi Xian had found them again. After 2,000 years of escape, the two grand sorcerers had already understood that Yi Xian must have planted some kind of secret technique on them. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have found them so quickly. Only when they separated and had a chance to catch their breath could they remove the secret technique that Yi Xian planted on them. Okay, you split up and act separately. We will meet again after we shake off Yi Xian. Dijiang agreed and headed directly to the Nanzhan department continent in the mortal world. The Candle Dragon and Dijiang ran in the opposite direction and headed to the north continent. Rumble. The starry sky was turbulent. Stars fell. The two had just separated when Yi Xian arrived. However, the two grand sorcerers had already disappeared. They separated? Yi Xian frowned. Through the spirit guiding skill, he sensed that the two grand sorcerers were fleeing in different directions. This also made Yi Xian not know which one of them to pursue first. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not hesitate for long. After 3 breaths, he made a decision and directly chased after Dijiang. Chapter 978. Earth Immortal Realm, Nanzhan Province Continent. The Nanzhan Province Continent was one of the 4 major continents. There were many sects in the boundless expanse. Many sects fought for their orthodoxies, including Taoism, Buddhism, fiendish sects, and other sections. It could be said that the Nanzhan Province Continent was the most chaotic continent after the North Continent. It was also a paradise for the fiendish sects. Bloody fights broke out from time to time, and the human race was also in deep trouble. Ever since Nuwa destroyed the human race's fate, the human race had quietly changed. Although the human race was weak in the past, they could still stay out of the conflict between orthodoxies. However, the human race had now joined the orthodoxies of various sizes and were in daily fights. Fate was a mysterious concept, but it really existed. The future of the human race was extremely worrying. It was just that it had not been revealed yet. Mystic Fire City covered an area of 1,000,000 miles. It was a human city. The city lord, Daoist Xuanhua, was a golden immortal. Under his rule, Mystic Fire City was considered peaceful and prosperous. This was rare in the Nanzhan Province continent. However, something big happened in Mystic Fire City today. It was something big enough to destroy Mystic Fire City. A meteor first fell from the sky, directly blasting Mystic Fire City into 2 halves. Countless humans died tragically in the aftermath of the explosion. Just as Mystic Fire City was about to investigate what had happened, an extremely terrifying figure descended on Mystic Fire City. In an instant, it sealed off the entire Mystic Fire City. No one could escape from the city. May I know which exalted immortal is controlling Mystic Fire City? Daoist Xuanhua hurried over with a group of disciples. He saw a figure standing in the sky above Mystic Fire City. Just the light radiating from the figure was enough to make Daoist Xuanhua's heart skip a beat. His primordial spirit felt like it was about to shatter. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and 3,000 strands of black hair hung behind his head. His hair fluttered in the wind as the violent winds howled. His eyes were like lightning as he looked down at the profound fire city below him, and strands of chaotic fog filled the air. You actually hid in a human city. But do you think you can escape like this? Yi Xian muttered to himself. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Although the soul channeling technique could track Dijiang's whereabouts, it was only an approximate range. There were tens of millions of living beings in this human city. Yi Xian wanted to find Dijiang was like finding a needle in a haystack. Exalted Immortal, who are you? Exalted Immortal? Daoist Xuanhua trembled as he asked from afar. He merely glanced at Yi Xian, and his primordial spirit trembled to the extreme. An extremely terrifying feeling arose in his heart. Daoyuo. Daoyuo, it must be Daoyuo. Daoist Xuanhua's cultivation. He Daoist Xuanhua was certain was, Daoist was, Daoyuo, or Daoist Xuanhua. Today. To time, Xuanhua's s. Was to Daoist was. Daoist. Unfortunately, Yi Xian chose to ignore Daoist Xuanhua. All his attention was on Dijiang. How could he have time to deal with a mere golden immortal? Dijiang, as long as you obediently surrender, I will not make things difficult for you. Yi Xian's voice echoed in the entire Xuanhua city. All the living beings in the city looked at him, but Dijiang did not respond. Dijiang? Who is Dijiang? Daoist Xuanhua whispered in fear. His disciple's expression changed greatly, as if he had heard something terrible. Master, isn't there an ancestral sorcerer called Dijiang among the 12 ancestors of sorcerers? Are you kidding me? How is that possible? Daoist Xuanhua's expression changed greatly. His entire body trembled. He could not believe what he had just heard. Who was Dijiang? Dijiang was one of the 12 ancestors of sorcery from ancient times, and a figure at the peak of the sage-to-be. If Dijiang was hiding in his Xuanhua city, then what kind of terrifying existence would this self-proclaimed emperor be? Daoist Xuanhua dared not imagine it. He could not imagine it. If even Dijiang was being hunted down by this person, then his identity was simply unimaginably terrifying. In Xuanhua city, Dijiang was hiding in an ordinary house. His space magic had completely covered him, so that his aura would not leak out. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was using his space magic to search for the spirit drawing art that Yi Xian had planted. Found it? Suddenly, Dijiang was excited. He had finally found the spirit drawing art that Yi Xian had planted. This also allowed him to quickly activate his cultivation and begin to refine it. As long as he could refine the spirit drawing art, he could completely escape Yi Xian's pursuit. By then, it would be more difficult for Yi Xian to find him. In the sky above Xuanhua city, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed because the black paper crane in front of him began to fade. This meant that Dijiang was refining the spirit drawing art that he had planted. Not good. Yi Xian growled. He would never allow this to happen. Otherwise, he would fail on the verge of success. Dijiang, do you think that I won't be able to find you if you hide in a human city? Yi Xian sneered. His face gradually became ferocious and sinister. The aura of ruthlessness and desiredness around him rose terrifyingly. As the saying went, a general success was built on thousands of bones. Only by stepping on piles of bones could one climb to the top of the 9 heavens. Yi Xian understood this very well. Yi Xian's palm held up the sky. The world within thousands of miles was shaking. A giant palm that covered the sky condensed and directly appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire Xuanhua city. The 6 desires are ruthless, and the world is heartless. Kill! Yi Xian roared mercilessly. The giant palm that covered the sky crashed down on Xuanhua city. This palm had the power to bury all things. No one could survive this attack. No. Daoist Xuanhua and his disciples roared in grief at this scene. If this attack really landed, the entire Xuanhua city would be turned into ashes. All the living beings in the city would also die. Unfortunately, no one could change Yi Xian's will. If he failed to massacre the city today, Dijiang would escape from his hands. He would never allow this to happen. Rumble. Xuanhua city was collapsing, turning into ashes. All the living beings in the city exploded into clouds of blood mist. A 1,000,000-mile palm print appeared on the ground. The blood mist filled the sky. Yi Xian's attack had killed thousands of living beings. Among them were not only human cultivators but also many mortals. It could be said that this was an endless massacre. Boom! Suddenly, a silver light shot up into the sky. Dijiang was bathed in blood. It was obvious that he had been severely injured by this attack. He did not even look back and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. How could he let him escape so easily? Seal. The world in all directions fluctuated. Black Saint energy turned into chains and instantly entangled Dijiang. Yi Xian appeared in front of him in an instant. He pointed at Dijiang's forehead and restrained him. Yi Xian. You're so cruel. Dijiang panicked when he was suppressed by Yi Xian. He even shouted angrily at Yi Xian. He had never thought that Yi Xian would commit such an endless massacre in order to capture him. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.